After going over it in her mind several times, Shui Ling eventually did not condense her true qi. What is your special constitution? Yang Kai stared at her closely, immediately realizing after hearing her words that she too possessed a special constitution. Special constitutions. So far, Yang Kai had only met two, little senior sister and Shan Qing Luo. This was something generally inherited at birth and was a gift from the heavens, extremely difficult to acquire later in life. Moreover, each special constitution had its own unique characteristics. It was extraordinarily rare for two people with the same special constitutions to meet. Little senior sister's special constitution was especially suited to alchemy, and now there was another person with a special constitution in front of him. Yang Kai was naturally interested and wanted to know more details. Shui Ling looked at Yang Kai with vigilance and was quite unwilling to answer. Just like how Xia Ningchang's sacred spirit medicine body was a closely guarded secret, Shui Ling's special constitution was something she wanted to hide, but a person under someone's rule will have to bow. After agonizing over it for a long time, Shui Ling finally muttered, "Water spirit body." Yang Kai nodded slightly, knowing that the other party didn't lie to him. From the ability she had displayed repeatedly, her special constitution should be related to water. Her own name probably came from this as well. What kind of special abilities do you possess? Yang Kai asked curiously. I can transform my body into flowing water, Shui Ling said, pushing her true qi to demonstrate. Yang Kai didn't raise his guard against her as she did. Under the watchful eyes of the other three in the room, the long, light blue-haired woman really becomes transparent, leaving behind only a human-shaped figure, gradually even transforming into a round sphere of water. Even the usually calm Ingjiu couldn't help his jaw from dropping, clear shock appearing on his face. Is this the extent of your abilities? Yang Kai smiled, reached out and touched the water sphere in front of him gently. Pong! The sphere of water suddenly burst and transformed into mist before Shui Ling's body reappeared beside Yang Kai. Her face blushing bright red as she crossed her arms in front of her chest, gritting her teeth, seemingly a bit ashamed and angry. Yang Kai stared back blankly, gently rubbing his fingers as his eyebrow raised. Did I touch something that shouldn't be touched? What do you think? Shui Ling angrily spat back, gritting her teeth. I didn't mean to, and I didn't feel anything, Yang Kai said calmly. Just now, he only felt like he was touching a stream of water, nothing at all like touching a human body. But for Shui Ling, it was probably not the case. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so angry and embarrassed now. I'll remember you, Shui Ling said, hatred flashing across her eyes. There are many people who have said that. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, obviously not caring. But none of those people had good ends. Let's continue. I'm very curious about your water spirit body's abilities. Seeing his indifferent expression, seemingly not embarrassed in the slightest about this indecent assault, Shui Ling couldn't help feeling a sense of powerlessness. She had never before met such a shameless man. She really wondered how he cultivated to acquire such thick skin. I have nothing more to say, Shui Ling coldly snorted. If you're going to kill me, just get it over with. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead, knowing his unintentional act just now had really angered Shui Ling. Forcing her now would obviously yield no further results. The reason he so feared this mysterious woman was simply because he didn't know her intentions or her origins. But now that he understood a bit more, he no longer cared much about her. As long as she wasn't someone recruited by his brothers, Yang Kai felt it was fine to let her go as long as she didn't try to harm Xianxia. Is there anything else you want to ask? If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Yang Kai shook his head. Shui Ling was honestly surprised. She hadn't expected him to really just let her go, quickly extending her hand and saying, Give me back my hair. That's impossible. Yang Kai chuckled. You can go, I won't stop you, but this thing must remain with me, because I have no way of knowing if what you've told me is true or not. Nor do I know if you'll try to act against me or my allies. How can you be like this? Shui Ling's mood dropped again. As long as you have that doll, you can control whether I live or die. Even if you let me leave, where can I go? Anywhere. As long as you don't try to make trouble in my house, The sky is infinite. Just go wherever you please. After a pause, Xianxia chuckled. Of course, if you're willing to work for me, I'll happily welcome you. Work for you. Shui Ling laughed disdainfully. You think you have the qualifications? If you don't like the sound of that, then call it cooperation. As long as you are willing to stay, anything is open to discussion. Xianxia continued to persuade. Who would want to stay here? Shui Ling all but shouted, turned around and left in a huff, secretly circulating her true qi to guard against Xianxia going back on his word and suddenly attacking her. Walking neither fast nor slow, Shui Ling left Xianxia's mansion without encountering any resistance or restriction. The other party obviously didn't plan to embarrass her. Looking back, Shui Ling couldn't help fuming. This time she had really suffered a big loss. Not only had she failed to escape the control of that man, she even had her pure, innocent body defiled. What's worse, after committing the act, her assaulter had acted like nothing had happened. Such an infuriating man. Also, how did he make that doll in the first place? How did he manage to link it to her spiritual essence? That damn bastard. Sooner or later I'll make him pay for this. Shui Ling silently swore to herself. Back in the room, Xianxia stood up and put down the heavy psychological burden that had plagued him for so long. Young master, why did you just let that girl leave? Her unique talents would be of great use to you. Old demon asked bluntly. Strongly squeezed melon isn't sweet. Xianxia shook his head and casually lifted the little doll. With this, I have the ability to force her to stay, but what about after that? If she were to suddenly retaliate and stir up chaos, who could suppress her? If we were to fight, she is definitely not old servant's opponent. Even a few of your blood warriors could defeat her, but dealing with her special physique would really be a headache. Old demon nodded. Shui Ling's water spirit body was difficult to handle. Without relying on the hair Xianxia obtained at Pijing Lake that day, Old demon wasn't confident he could have captured Shui Ling, not to mention, as long as I have this, she won't stay too far away from me. When I want to make use of her, do you really think she'll have any choice? Xianxia grinned fiendishly. Young master is wise. Old demon suddenly felt a bit cold, almost feeling sorry for Shui Ling. That young girl probably believed Xianxia's words and thought she and him would be like well water and river water, not interfering with one another again. Little did she know that Xianxia already considered her one of his henchmen, able to make use of her any time he wanted. A 19-year-old Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage. Xianxia murmured, letting out a long sigh, unable to stop himself from revealing a look of longing. What kind of force was this water spirit temple that could cultivate such a genius? On top of that, Shui Ling had said that she was only among the top 3 juniors in the water spirit temple. That meant that there were at least 2 other young geniuses in the water spirit temple that were at least as strong as Shui Ling. There was such a force in this world. Xianxia couldn't help wanting to rush out and see it for himself. Treasurer Meng. Unable to calm himself for a long time, Xianxia suddenly called out. Meng Wuya's voice immediately reached his ear. Don't ask anything. When you're qualified to know, this old master will naturally tell you. For now, just focus on reaching the Immortal Ascension boundary. Very well. Xianxia sighed. No one else in the house knew about this night's confrontation with Shui Ling besides Meng Wuya, Old Demon, and Ingzhou. Maybe some of the powerful blood warriors had sensed something, but without Xianxia's orders, none of them dared approach, so they naturally didn't know any specific details. The following day, Xianxia announced he would enter secluded retreat to prepare for his breakthrough to the Immortal Ascension boundary, leaving Qiu Yimeng in total control of the mansion's affairs. The inheritance wars situation had become complicated now that Xianxia only had 2 blood warriors available. Although he had a great advantage in financial and material resources, Yang Zhao had surpassed him in terms of manpower. Rash actions now would only give his enemies opportunities to strike back. So for a short time, Xianxia didn't intend to seek trouble with Yang Zhao, only permitting Qiu Yimeng to bring some people to harass him. As for his eldest brother Yang Wei, although the strength he possessed wasn't weak, comparatively, his position was undoubtedly the worst of the remaining 3 brothers and had long been excluded from the list of potential victors of the inheritance war. All eyes were on Yang Kai and Yang Zhao. The Yang family's next patriarch would definitely be one of them. But whether it was Yang Kai and Yang Zhao, neither of them wanted to attack Yang Wei, even if they already had sufficient strength to defeat him. Firstly, attacking Yang Wei would definitely cost them a great price and weaken their forces. Secondly, even after Yang Wei was eliminated, the two blood warriors beside him wouldn't be able to provide any assistance in the inheritance war, while any of his remaining allies would definitely choose to support the one who didn't attack them, thus bolstering the enemy's forces. Such developments would definitely change the situation of the inheritance war. It was for these very reasons that although Yang Wei was the weakest of the three, he was also the safest. It was even possible that if Yang Zhao and Yang Kai fought a great battle and were mutually wounded, the one to profit would be Yang Wei. This possibility was not something everyone could see clearly. Only some stronger, more strategic masters who examined the big picture recognized it. Time flew by and soon 2 months had passed. War City had been completely silent for 2 months after the last turbulent shuffle. Occasionally, the remaining three parties would have some small-scale skirmishes, but facing the mutual constraint of each other, there would never be many casualties. In general, the cultivators from the various forces participating in the inheritance war were zealously cultivating. After more than 2 months of development, although Yang Kai's forces hadn't expanded, their overall strength had grown several steps. After taking mysterious grade pills every day and obtaining high-grade artifacts from the Treasure Instrument Sex artifact refiners, it would be strange if all of their strengths didn't noticeably increase. Every day, there would be many cultivators breaking through their bottlenecks and promoting to the next stage. During this time, many of the leaders from the younger generation had even broken through to the Immortal Ascension boundary. The Immortal Ascension boundary was a watershed for cultivators, and many people would never be able to reach it for their entire lives. But this hurdle wasn't a big problem for the young leaders of these various forces. After breaking through to the Immortal Ascension boundary, how much further they could travel along the martial Tao in the future would depend on their own efforts and respective opportunities, but for the vast majority of people, peak Immortal Ascension boundary would be their limit. Because of the appearance of these new Immortal Ascension boundary cultivators, many pills which could help cultivate one's soul began appearing from the pill room. The material consumption was also massive. Fortunately, Yang Kai had begun accumulating supplies long ago and had harvested a great deal from Yang Kong and Yang Shun. The flags he had seized were also exchanged with the main family, while the Bamboo Knot Gang continued to provide a steady stream of supplies. So for the time, war materials weren't an issue. In addition to the frequent breakthroughs of the younger generation cultivators, the older generation also continuously promoted. For example, Guan Chi Lu of Blood Battle Gang had been stuck at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage for 8 years. He had always thought that this would be the limit of his achievements in this life, but after taking a number of the mysterious grade pills provided to everyone in Yang Kai's mansion, he found that after just 2 short months, the bottleneck that had plagued him for almost a decade began to loosen. Half a month later, he successfully broke through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th stage, and since then, the rate at which his cultivation was increasing had only quickened. Now, his Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th stage cultivation had been completely consolidated. When he had reached the Immortal Ascension 4th stage, Guan Chi Lu couldn't hold back his emotion, bursting into tears of joy, unable to calm down until the Hu sisters personally comforted him. Not only Guan Chi Lu, all the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from all the major forces, many of them in their 40s, 50s, or even 60s, had seen their cultivation stagnate and become very difficult to increase. However, since taking the pills refined by the Medicine King's Valley alchemists, all of their bottlenecks showed signs of loosening and they found themselves absorbing world energy faster than ever before, giving many of them the illusion of being reborn. None of them knew why this was. Although mysterious grade pills were extremely high in terms of grade, they still couldn't fundamentally change a person's cultivation aptitude. Yet this result really presented when they took the pills produced in Yang Kai's pill room. The younger generation and older generation all had their own breakthroughs, but the most stunning of all were the breakthroughs of the Blood Warriors. Although of the 9 Blood Warriors, only Ying Jiao and Tang Yuxian could actively participate in the inheritance war because of Yang family's interference, Qiu Yimeng still didn't reduce their share of the pill supply. The Chiu family's first young lady knew that these blood warriors would be the capital Yang Kai possessed in order to stabilize his position in the Yang family. So how could she not support their growth? As of today, of the 9 blood warriors, more than half of them had broken through to the Immortal Ascension boundary 9th stage. Among them were Chu Gaoyi, Ying Jiu, Tu Feng, Tang Yuxian, and Xiao Shun. The remaining 4 had only joined Yang Kai's camp recently, and although they had yet to break through to the Immortal Ascension boundary 9th stage, each of them had noticeably increased their strength. Compared themselves to the time before they had first arrived in Yang Kai's mansion, they all knew that they had grown stronger. The blood warriors were all naturally ecstatic and grateful. Immortal Ascension boundary 8th stage masters trying to break through to the 9th stage would always encounter great difficulty and hardship, but given enough time, each of these blood warriors was confident they could achieve that step given their capital and aptitude. However, originally that should have been a matter to consider 5 or 10 years later, possibly even longer. The rapid improvement of their own strength made all of Yang Kai's allies and supporters wild with joy. In the end, everyone could only deceive themselves by saying the feng shui of Yang Kai's house was outstanding. In reality, everyone knew that the credit for this miracle belonged to those strange, mysterious grade pills. These pills refined in Yang Kai's pill room seemed to have some magical effect that steadily improved people's aptitude. Although everyone understood this, no one dared speak of it aloud. Inside his room, Yang Kai calmly played with a small sword in his hand. This was the heaven-grade top-rank soul-type artifact acquired by Dong Qinghan at Pejing Lake. During these 2 months of secluded retreat, Yang Kai's strength had increased greatly. It was rare for him to have such a long period of peace where he could focus solely on cultivating. Thinking back, the only other time he had spent several months in retreat was when he broke through to the true element boundary in that isolated world. The Immortal Ascension boundary was now just a stone's throw away. Every cultivator in the mansion received a supply of mysterious grade pills, so as the house's lord, Yang Kai obviously also had some. His were specially refined by his little senior sister, and their effects were stronger than other pills. Yang Kai's true qi had reached the same quality and quantity of an Immortal Ascension boundary master, and his soul was incomparably more powerful than his current realm. After closing his eyes and focusing, Yang Kai could even faintly make out the 5-colored soul-warming lotus. The supreme treasure used to cultivate one's soul had once again appeared. For 2 months, Yang Kai had done nothing but cultivate and refine the 2 artifacts in his possession. The small mirror mysterious grade mid-rank artifact had long ago been refined, and he had just finished refining this little sword. Unfortunately, he still found himself unable to break through to the Immortal Ascension boundary. Yang Kai always felt like this little sword wasn't completely compatible with his current soul, perhaps because he still had yet to open his knowledge sea. This thing was a soul-type artifact, so although due to his unique circumstances he could use it without reaching the Immortal Ascension boundary, he was unable to make it display its full potential. If he could successfully match this little sword with his own soul, Yang Kai believed he would also be able to break through. Contemplating over it, he had yet to achieve any significant results, but he also wasn't anxious. And so, he had sat like this for the past 10 days, using his divine sense to observe the little sword in his hand and try to synchronize it with his soul. Suddenly there was a loud knock at his door, waking Yang Kai from his meditative state. Letting out a long breath, he called out, "Come in!" When the door was opened, Qiu Yimeng walked in cautiously and looked at Yang Kai, relaxing when she discovered he didn't have a displeased look on his face. She knew that Yang Kai was in retreat to attack the Immortal Ascension boundary and had been afraid to disturb him for the past 2 months. But now that she was obviously somewhat nervous. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai looked up at her and saw that after 2 months, the Qiu family's first young lady seemed more relaxed and radiant than before, lifting his spirits as well, sweeping away from the fatigue he had built up from his constant cultivation. "There's a man named Pang Chi here who wants to see you," Qiu Yimeng replied. "Pang Chi?" Yang Kai frowned. "What is he doing here?" Pang Chi was Bamboo Knot Gang's leader, and was also amongst the first people Yang Kai had gathered upon his return to the central capital. Yang Kai hadn't let Bamboo Knot Gang actively participate in the battlefield of the Inheritance War because the average strength of its members was too low, and because he needed a separate force to be responsible for collecting materials, gathering and transmitting intelligence, and handling other miscellaneous tasks. After the official start of the battle, the Bamboo Knot Gang had secretly transported batches of supplies to Yang Kai's base in War City once a month or so. All in all, Pang Chi had performed well. However, he had never shown up in person before. After all, he was the leader of one of Yang Kai's associated forces, so it definitely wasn't safe for him to appear in War City. Yet this time he had come personally. It was obvious that he had something important to report. Chiu Yimeng squinted and replied, "He wouldn't say anything specific, only telling me to relay 3 words to you. We've found them. They've found them." In an instant, Yang Kai knew why Pang Chi would come to War City in person. Just as Chiu Yimeng finished speaking, she felt her body become light and the wind whistle past her face. The scenery around her rapidly changing, quickly discovering that Yang Kai had actually lifted her by her waist and was racing forward. "Where is he?" Yang Kai asked hurriedly as he continued running. "The main hall," Chiu Yimeng replied. Chiu Yimeng was stunned. Since the time she had met Yang Kai, she had rarely seen him even slightly excited, but now he was undoubtedly showing a look of tension and expectation, his eyes also flashing a greatly anxious light. Somehow, seeing him like this, Chiu Yimeng also trembled, subconsciously grabbing hold of Yang Kai's clothes and clinging to him, though even she wasn't sure why she had taken such a bold action. The Chiu family's first young lady had never been one to act so meek and helpless. She had always given off the aura of a refined and intelligent woman. The two of them stuck to each other intimately as he flew through the mansion, kicking up storm as they passed by Hu Xingqian and Dong Qinghan. The Hu family young lord didn't even have time to say hello before Yang Kai disappeared. A moment later, a gust of wind came from behind him carrying with it a cloud of dust. Hu Xingqian waved the folding fan in his hand to clear the air as he frowned. Who was young Lord Kai hugging while running so fast? It looked like young Lady Chiu. Dong Fatsi wiped the sweat from his forehead, somewhat unable to believe his eyes. Seriously, Hu Xingqian couldn't help his eyes from bulging. In broad daylight, did young Lord Kai have an accident while he was cultivating? Why is he acting so frantically? Junior brother isn't such a person. Lan Chu Dai, beside Dong Qinghan, suddenly reprimanded Hu Xingqian. Hu Xingqian couldn't help laughing. "Beauty, I didn't say anything about that." "Humph." Lan Chu Dai snorted lightly, her full chest nearly bursting out of its bindings as she turned away. After she left, Hu Xingqian slowly shook his head. "That girl from your family, even though she can't obtain young Lord Kai's favor, it seems she still refuses to simply be a passerby with him either." Dong Qinghan helplessly sighed. Regarding Lan Chu Dai's thoughts, Dong Qinghan naturally understood, but there was nothing he could do about it. The only option he had was to sit back and let nature take its course. In fact, there were a lot of beautiful women in this house, and many of them had favorable impressions towards Yang Kai, but he had been in secluded cultivation for the past 2 months and was extremely disciplined, never once leaving his room. If it was Hu Xingqian instead, it was likely that every night he would go out seeking drink and women. To a certain extent, Dong Qinghan quite admired his cousin. He believed that among the beauties in this mansion, only Chiu Yimeng was worthy of Yang Kai. Lan Chu Dai wasn't bad, but she was still somewhat lacking. In the main hall, Pang Chi waited anxiously. Although he knew he had brought important information, that didn't help settle his nerves at all, constantly checking his own appearance to make sure everything was in order as he sat on his chair, not daring to move around. Suddenly, at the entrance to the hall, Yang Kai appeared in Pang Chi's vision, still holding Chiu Yimeng in his arms. Seeing this appearance, Pang Chi was dumbstruck for a moment before quickly coughing and averting his eyes. Gently putting down Chiu Yimeng, Yang Kai walked towards Pang Chi. The Chiu family's first young lady looked calm, in no way showing any embarrassment about being so intimate with Yang Kai, but her doubts were actually quite deep, because when Yang Kai had just let go of her, she clearly felt that his hands were shaking. What news could make such a steadfast and determined man have this kind of reaction? "Little Lord." When Yang Kai stepped forward, Pang Chi quickly stood up and bowed, not bothering with any nonsense and directly saying, "Bamboo Knot Gang's people have been searching for half a year, and finally located the people Little Lord has been searching for." Xianxia quickly calmed his breathing and asked, "Where?" Before the start of the Inheritance War, Xianxia had already ordered the Bamboo Knot Gang to inquire about the news of Su Yan and the others from High Heaven Pavilion, and now there was finally a clue. About 5,000 kilometers northwest from War City, there is a small village surrounded by mountains, where they seem to have secluded themselves in. How certain are you? Almost 100%. Although we haven't made any direct contact with them, according to Little Lord's previous description, they should be the ones you were seeking for. Undoubtedly, the village is a newly built one that appeared roughly 1 year ago, and the nearly 100 people who live there are all cultivators. Good, good, good. Xianxia nodded again and again, feeling like a great weight had finally lifted off his heart, reaching out and warmly patting Pang Chi's shoulder as he praised him. "You've done very well." Pang Chi was very extremely flattered, his face flushing red as he somewhat incoherently replied, "Many then, no, I mean, that is, it's what this subordinate should do." As he said so, he hurriedly fumbled about in his sleeve pocket and took out a sheet of paper, handing it to Xianxia. "This is a map drawn by my subordinates. I hope it will be of use to Little Lord." "Good work." Xianxia grinned as he accepted the map and unfolded it, immediately taking note of where the small village surrounded by mountains was located. Seeing this map, Xianxia further believed Pang Chi's inference because this village was not far from the position where Xianxia and Ling Tai Su had once emerged from the void corridor. Su Yan and the others should have hidden themselves in their present location not long after exiting the void corridor. "Xianxia, are you looking for someone?" Qiu Yimeng came up and asked. She hadn't spoken until now, but as she was observing she took note of how greatly Xianxia's expression had changed and realized that the people he was looking for must be very important to him. Xianxia nodded and carefully folded the map in his hands. "What kind of people?" Qiu Yimeng smiled, intently or unintentionally inquiring. "Members from my sect." Xianxia took a deep breath and recalled Su Yan's appearance in his mind, his gaze suddenly becoming soft. "Members from your sect?" Qiu Yimeng smiled and realized something, immediately asking, "Since you've found them, what do you want to do? Go pick them up?" Xianxia smiled at her. "Absolutely not." Qiu Yimeng slowly shook his head. Xianxia's smile quickly converged as his eyes slowly became cold. Squinting his eyes at her, "What do you mean?" Qiu Yimeng took a deep breath and softly said, "Don't lose your temper. Just listen to have I have to say first. Since they're your former sect brothers and sisters, they must be disciples of High Heaven Pavilion, right? High Heaven Pavilion is still designated an evil sect, the one which produced the current Demon Lord. Right now they haven't been exposed to the world, but if you were to bring them to War City now, their identities would definitely become public knowledge. Do you think your eldest brother and second brother won't try to take advantage of such a situation to publicly criticize and discredit you? Especially now that every action you take relates closely to the situation of the Inheritance War." Xianxia's brow furrowed. Although Qiu Yimeng was telling the truth, he just couldn't bring himself to agree with her perspective. Unperturbed, Qiu Yimeng continued, "Your Yang family Inheritance War has been going on for almost a year now. I'm certain that even though those people from your sect are hiding in the mountains, they would have received news of this. Since they already know, yet haven't taken the initiative to come to War City, they obviously don't want to cause problems for you. You rushing there to find them now will only waste all their efforts. I understand that, but that just means the need to bring them here is even greater." Xianxia quickly objected. "They are currently living in seclusion, but since they can be found by people from the Bamboo Knot Gang, they can certainly be found by others as well. If they were discovered by someone with malicious intent, Su Yan and the others from High Heaven Pavilion weren't that strong. More than a year ago, they only had a few Immortal Ascension boundary masters with them, and even their cultivations weren't that high. The remaining disciples were only at the true element boundary, separation and reunion boundary, and even the chi transformation stage. If they were to be found by any first or even second-class force, they would definitely not be able to escape. Only by bringing them to his side could Yang Kai be certain of their safety. Qiu Yimeng frowned before letting out a sigh. Do you insist on bringing them here? Yes. This isn't open to discussion, Yang Kai firmly declared. The Qiu family's first young lady understood Yang Kai's temper quite well by now, and knew it was useless to try to convince him otherwise now that he had made up his mind. Simply nodding, okay, then I'll make the trip. Yang Kai shook his head immediately. No, I'll go. No, Qiu Yimeng frantically objected. What are you thinking? Even if those people are important to you, with your status and current situation you can't rashly leave War City. Just how many people do you think you'll need to take with you to ensure your ability to safely return? I'm just going there to bring some people back, not to fight. All I have to do is sneak out and sneak back, don't I? Traveling 5,000 kilometers will only take a few days. Yang Kai replied, his brow furrowing further. What if your movements are exposed? You may not care about what happens to you, but at least consider what would happen to all your allies here. They've fought and bled so much for you. Many of them have even given their lives just to see you win the inheritance war. If you have an accident now, how are you going to face them? As she spoke, Qiu Yimeng walked up to Yang Kai and grabbed his collar. The little girl wore an extremely stubborn expression, refusing to back down at all. Although Qiu Yimeng was really thinking about what was best for him and was considering the overall situation, Yang Kai was still dead set on his decision, shaking his head decisively. I have to go. If I don't go, they won't come. Since Su Yan and the others had never come to War City, they would obviously have a lot of scruples if he didn't persuade them personally. If Qiu Yimeng went, not only would they not come to War City, they would likely disappear again, making it even harder for him to find them. I don't care. I'll go pick them up for you myself. In any case, you can't go. Can't you act a bit more mature? I'm still a young woman. Why should I act mature? Do you only care about mature women? Whose fault do you think all of this is in the first place? Yang Kai shouted impatiently. He didn't like debating each and every decision like this. He preferred to act swiftly and decisively. Now, with Qiu Yimeng blocking him in every way possible, he gradually became irritated. Just thinking about Su Yan and his brothers and sisters, he couldn't wait to seek them out. What? Qiu Yimeng froze up. No, nothing. Yang Kai wasn't willing to say any more. To begin with, if Qiu Yimeng hadn't led people to the High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai wouldn't have been sent to the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land and wouldn't have been separated from Su Yan for so long. In the end, the Qiu family's first young lady was the main culprit behind all of this. It was precisely because of this that Yang Kai originally had a bad attitude towards Qiu Yimeng, but after interacting with her for a long time and especially after the start of the Inheritance War, his anger towards her had slowly abated. Ahem. Subordinate has matters to attend to back at the gang's headquarters and will take his leave now, little lord. Pang Chi, who felt like he was sitting on pins and needles for a while now, finally found an opportunity to insert a sentence and quickly tried to escape. You can't. Qiu Yimeng turned her eyes towards him and declared, You must stay here for a few days. Yes, I understand. Your subordinates will retire here. Pang Chi knew that Qiu Yimeng made him stay behind, because she was afraid of him revealing the sensitive information he had just heard. Although her doing this made Pang Chi feel like he wasn't being trusted, he didn't dare to complain. When Pang Chi left them to go into the mansion, Qiu Yimeng released Yang Kai, suddenly recalling a distant memory, slowly saying, I remember when I went to High Heaven Pavilion with Xiao Man, under the coiling dragon stream, I saw you were very close to a woman. Are you thinking about her? N. Yang Kai nodded. What about Xianing Chong? Qiu Yimeng asked pointedly. Your relationship with her doesn't seem normal. Yang Kai just stared at her strangely. Are you saying I can't have two women? Qiu Yimeng's expression went black and angrily cursed. Shameless. Too shameless. You're no different from that delinquent Huaxing Chun. Why are all men like this? Fine, do whatever you want. I can't be bothered to care about you anymore. The Qiu family's first young lady was really frustrated. From the beginning she knew that she had no hope of convincing Yang Kai not to go. Once this man made a decision, no one could persuade him otherwise. What's more, what Yang Kai said did make some sense. If he wasn't the one to go, those people from High Heaven Pavilion would definitely not come to War City. Approaching things from the overall situation, Qiu Yimeng had tried to prevent Yang Kai from acting rashly. Unfortunately, she had failed. Fortunately, War City had been calm and quiet for a while now. So even if Yang Kai wasn't in the mansion, with the strength of those gathered here, it would be more than enough to withstand any enemy harassment. That night, unbeknownst to everyone, a figure disappeared into the night sky, in the house. Only Qiu Yimeng knew that it was Yang Kai. Besides Yingzhou, Yang Kai didn't take anyone else with him. Amongst all the blood warriors, only Yingzhou, who was proficient in concealment, could join him. If anyone else joined, it was certain that their chance to get caught would greatly increase. Meng Wuya and Old Demon may also have this ability, but Treasurer Meng had already declared he wouldn't intervene in Yang Kai's affairs while Old Demon had to stay behind. Otherwise, with just Tang Yuxian guarding the mansion, its defense would be too thin if an accident occurred. With both Old Demon and Tang Yuxian together, Yang Kai could leave without any worries. I hope nothing goes wrong. Qiu Yimeng sighed slightly. Because of the inheritance war, she had to constantly worry about the safety of this man, which really gave her a headache. At the same time, Yang Zhao's mansion. Yi Xianro walked into Yang Zhao's room and grinned. Second young lord? There's some news about that matter. Oh! Yang Zhao brow lifted, suddenly showing a happy expression. Go on! Pang Qi of the Central Capital's Bamboo Knot Gang seems to have arrived in War City today. But after he arrived in your ninth brother's mansion, he has yet to leave. Hasn't left. Yang Zhao's expression suddenly became pensive, tapping his finger lightly on the table, only speaking after a long silence. Has there been any movement at ninth brother's mansion? Yi Xianro shook her head. Nothing so far. Yang Zhao jumped up, an excited smile on his face, clenching his fist tightly. No movement is right. Second young lord. I don't quite understand. Yi Xianro wrinkled her brows. What do you mean no movement is right? No movement means that he's already moved. Yang Zhao smiled slightly. Ninth brother and Yingzhou should already have left. Already left? Yi Xianro was shocked. If what second young lord had just said was true, Hen Yang Kai's courage was simply too big. Yingzhou is proficient in concealment and assassination. If he wanted to sneak into or out of War City, our people not noticing wouldn't be strange. Yang Zhao explained patiently. What about the little lord? Does he also have such ability? Yi Xianro couldn't help sneering disdainfully, subconsciously feeling that even if Yang Kai was strong, it was impossible for him to disappear silently like Yingzhou. Yang Zhao had posted so many spies around Yang Kai's compound that if there was a single blade of grass out of place, he would know about it. I'd rather not believe it, but it's entirely possible ninth brother has this ability. When he attacked fifth brother's house, eldest brother brought his people to contain me. Did you ever wonder why? Obviously, he had reached an agreement with little lord. Yi Xianro replied lightly. I naturally know this, but what's the problem? That's exactly the problem. None of us know when ninth brother formed an alliance with eldest brother. That means he has the ability to go to eldest brother's house and talk to him for an extended period of time without our knowledge. If he hadn't gone personally, eldest brother would never have agreed. Since he could do that then, obviously he can do so now. Not to mention, Pang Qi not leaving ninth brother's compound clearly indicates he knows some important piece of information and has temporarily been detained there. If he didn't know something of vital significance, Pang Qi should have left already. Listening to Yang Zhao's analysis, Yi Xianro couldn't help feeling surprised. What he said indeed made a lot of sense. Interesting, Yang Zhao laughed. Bamboo Knot Gang is ninth brother's subordinate force. I already knew this. I also know that ever since he subdued them, he made people of Bamboo Knot Gang go out and search for something or someone. Whether he is looking for someone or looking for something, it's definitely of great value to little lord. Now, it seems he's finally received the news he wants. Yi Xianro's beautiful eyes flashed a cunning light, obviously understanding Yang Zhao's intentions. If that's the case, we can use this to our advantage. My thoughts exactly. Yang Zhao grinned. The only problem is I don't know where ninth brother went. If I knew that, the inheritance war has been in a deadlock for 2 months. Although over this period his forces had grown significantly, Yang Kai's allies obviously weren't idle either. Yang Zhao obviously wanted to use every possible means to break this stalemate. Yang Kai going out on his own was undoubtedly an excellent opportunity. As long as he could capture him, how many masters he had in his house would become irrelevant. Nonetheless, the strength of the masters in Yang Kai's mansion still left Yang Zhao wary. Second young lord, do you want me to go back to the central capital and ask someone from Bamboo Knot Gang? Xianxia suddenly suggested. It would be impossible to extract any information from those inside Yang Kai mansion. But since this news came from Bamboo Knot Gang, someone there should know the details. Bamboo Knot Gang. As far as I know, since surrendering to ninth brother, they have annexed many small forces, but Pang Chi's management skills are somewhat lacking, so their interior power structure isn't united, especially when it comes to the second in command, Munando, who joined later. He shouldn't be convinced serving Pang Chi, or that loyal to ninth brother. He's likely just overawed by the Yang family's reputation. Seek him out. As long as you offer the right conditions, I'm sure he'll be willing to cooperate. Yang Zhao said. And if he doesn't cooperate? Yang Zhao smiled lightly, reaching out and gently holding Xianxia's smooth chin, saying in a slightly provocative manner, "There's no need for me to tell you that. I know." Xianxia's cheeks blushed red, her eyes shimmering as she nodding lightly. "This needs to be handled swiftly. Leave now. I hope to have accurate information by tomorrow afternoon at the latest." Xianxia smiled brilliantly, turned around, and rushed off into the night. 2 figures, 1,000 meters up, flew through the darkness at lightning-fast speed. Yang Kai lead the way while Ingzhou followed just behind. Even if the difference in their cultivation was an entire great realm, Ingzhou still had to use 80% of his maximum speed to keep pace with Yang Kai. Knowing Yang Kai was quite anxious, Ingzhou just silently shadowed him without asking a single question. Only the sound of their clothes fluttering in the wind broke the silence of the night. Traveling non-stop for a day and night, even a master like Ingzhou was breathing somewhat heavily and had to take true qi supplementing pills to maintain his peak state in case any sudden accident occurred. But Yang Kai didn't even seem flustered, only more and more excited with no traces of exhaustion on his face at all. Ingzhou hadn't even seen Yang Kai take a single pill. Feeling not a small amount of shock, Ingzhou really wanted to know how Yang Kai stored so much true qi that he could be so calm and relaxed even with such massive consumption. One day and one night, nearly 3,000 kilometers, and Ingzhou was fairly certain the little lord was flying at full speed the whole time. Was such expenditure no burden at all for him? Without stopping to rest, after another silent night, when the eastern horizon began glowing a faint golden hue, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and stood mid-air, overlooking the scene below. A dense jungle seemingly placed within a 100,000-meter mountain range. Lush verdant forests filled with ancient trees, clear sky, like morning mist, and blue skies. It was like an untouched paradise. In this forest there seemed to be some traces of monster beast activity as well as quite a few good spirit herbs. The 100 members of High Heaven Pavilion had secluded themselves in these mountains. Such a great area they found. Yang Kai smiled as his emotions fluctuated wildly. His spiritual energy surging upwards, he spread out his divine sense over a massive range, taking in all the sights and sounds for kilometers around. The people of Bamboo Knot Gang being able to find anyone here probably had a lot to do with luck. In such an expansive wilderness, finding a mere 100 people couldn't be described as simple difficult. After a short while, Yang Kai took back his divine sense and showed a disappointed expression. Although his current divine sense could cover a wide range, he still didn't notice any people. Not even any traces of human activity could be perceived. "Little Lord, do you want to split up and search separately?" Ingzhou suggested. "No need." Yang Kai shook his head. "As long as I'm close enough, I'll be able to sense them." Although Ingzhou wasn't clear what method Yang Kai had to seek his former sect members, he didn't ask any questions. Pang Chi had only given Yang Kai an approximate location and a rough map, But with just this it was enough for Yang Kai to determine a general direction to search in. After an hour, Yang Kai, who was still flying at full speed, suddenly stopped in place, a glimmer of hope flashing across his eyes as he turned his head in a certain direction. "Follow me." Calling out to Ingzhou, he quickly sped off. After the time it would take to boil a cup of tea, Ingzhou noticed a series of newly built thatched cottages in the foothills surrounded by tall mountain. The arrival of the two seemed to have alarmed the people living in this place, immediately causing several Immortal Ascension boundary masters to emerge from their houses and stare at them vigilantly. Ingzhou quickly did a sweep of the area and discovered that there were only a few Immortal Ascension boundary masters, the strongest of which had only reached the 4th stage, while all of them belonged to the older generation and their true chi wasn't very pure. He suddenly felt a bit curious. For the former sect of his little lord, shouldn't there at least be a master at the above Immortal Ascension boundary? With a rising star like Yang Kai, how could all these people be so mediocre? The people down below quickly noticed Yang Kai, and they couldn't help but point and shout, the caution on their faces quickly transforming into joy. Before they even approached one another, Yang Kai smiled and waved to all of them, everyone down below following suit, several of them calling out to the nearby houses, resulting in a flurry of opening doors. In an instant, nearly 100 people emerged, each of them waving and calling out excitedly. Yang Kai immediately spotted Sumu and Liyun Tian and his other old friends, a warm feeling soon welling up in his chest. After a while, Yang Kai and Ingzhou fell to the ground, the former hurriedly walking up and cupping his fists. "Disciple Yang Kai greets martial uncles. Good, good. How did you find us here?" One of the older members, around 40 years old, asked. "Aren't you supposed to be participating in the inheritance war in War City?" "There's no need to worry. Disciple has been looking for your whereabouts for some time now. A few days ago, after finally receiving some accurate information, I decided to come find everyone." Yang Kai took a deep breath and replied while sweeping his eyes over everyone present, seeing many familiar and unfamiliar faces, all of whom were smiling happily back at Yang Kai. "Brother!" Sumu ran forward and greeted. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and patted him on the shoulder. Looking at Sumu, he couldn't help feeling a little surprised. He found that Sumu had actually grown from the separation and reunion boundary 9th stage to the true element boundary 5th stage. While this level of strength wasn't very high amongst the elites of the younger generation, it was already very good for him. "Come inside and talk," the several martial uncles of High Heaven Pavilion encouraged. This place was very humble, probably built only to satisfy basic living conditions. Once inside the house, the several members of the older generation intentionally or unintentionally inquired about the identity of Ingzhou. After learning that he was a Yang family blood warrior, all of them were quite shocked and immediately became somewhat cautious. The Yang family blood warriors, for them, were already people they could only look up to. Ingzhou didn't put on any airs, however, nodding slightly to anyone who greeted him, but as a result of his naturally cold expression and temperament, the High Heaven Pavilion members didn't dare disturb him more than absolutely required. After tea was served, Yang Kai began to inquire about their situation this past year, the old men slowly explaining everything that had happened during this time. After exiting the void corridor, they had concealed their identities and wandered about for some time, only later learning that the sect had been burned down. With the sect master and the elders missing, they didn't dare go back. So they found a place to settle down temporarily and monitor the situation. As such, this village came to be. About the Yang family inheritance war they had heard. Although they were in seclusion, they still sent out some people every month to obtain some general information. It was during one of these intelligence-gathering missions that they learned about Yang Kai's true identity and about the inheritance war. But just as Chiu Yimeng had said before, even though they knew about the inheritance war and wanted to support Yang Kai, it wasn't convenient for them to appear in War City, because the title of Evil Sect had yet to be removed from High Heaven Pavilion. Their presence would only bring unnecessary trouble to Yang Kai, and so, their current situation continued for more than a year. It wasn't easy to make contact with the outside world, so they didn't encounter many disputes. In fact, besides dealing with the occasional monster beast attack, everyone from High Heaven Pavilion spent all their time cultivating. looking forward to one day re-establishing the sect. Then that must mean you don't know that the sect has already been rebuilt. Yang Kai said after they finished explaining. The sect has been rebuilt? The several martial uncles parroted back. And it should be fully rebuilt by now, but for the time being, it's not a good idea to hang the sect's sign. Right now, High Heaven Pavilion can only be regarded as a private industry that belongs to me. As for clearing the sect's name, that will still take some time. Martial nephew, such thoughts are enough. Only you can accomplish such a matter. Everyone understood what Yang Kai was implying and offered their thanks. We old men are incompetent and must trouble martial nephew with this burden. Yang Kai gently shook his head in response. This is what disciple should do. Has there been any word from sect master or the elders since you settled here? The bright expressions on everyone's face suddenly dimmed. Unfortunately, there hasn't. We've sent out people every month to inquire about them. But even now, we haven't discovered sect master and the elders' whereabouts. Is that so? Yang Kai sighed, offering some words of comfort. There's no need to worry. Sect master is already an above immortal ascension boundary master. There aren't many people in this world who can hurt him. Hearing this news, everyone couldn't help feeling excited. Although they had heard about the sect master's breakthrough long ago, hearing it from Yang Kai's mouth was an entirely different matter. The weight of this statement was different coming from him. The reason I came this time was to let martial uncles as well as fellow brothers and sisters come back to War City with me. If martial uncles don't have any objections, it would be best if everyone began packing up so we can leave as soon as possible. The few old men each glanced at one another and smiled. We didn't want to disturb you during this important time lest we become a source of trouble. But since martial nephew has taken the initiative to ask if we still don't go, it would be too ungrateful. Even if we still bear the stigma of an evil sect, as long as we have martial nephew's shelter, no one should dare say anything, right? Yang Kai smiled coldly. Anyone who dares won't live long. Hearing this, the old men put down their final worries and agreed to leave. Disciple will take his leave first then. About Su Yan. Yang Kai scratched his nose awkwardly. Everyone in the room suddenly grinned knowingly, one of them intentionally calling out. Of course martial nephew would ask about little Su Yan. Su Mu. Disciple is here. Su Mu came in from the outside. Lead your senior brother Yang to the frozen ice cave. Yes. Su Mu grinned while gesturing to Yang Kai. Brother, come with me. Yang Kai lightly coughed before standing up and walking out slowly. Ingzhou also attempted to follow, but was quickly stopped by Yang Kai. Walking with Su Mu, Yang Kai asked, Frozen ice cave? What kind of place is that? It's the place where Big Sister cultivates. Su Mu replied, It's partly because we discovered the frozen ice cave that was so perfectly suited to Big Sister's cultivation that we decided to settle here. The last time I went to see Big Sister, she said she was going to enter secluded retreat. I don't know if she has exited yet or not. And she's probably still in retreat. Yang Kai nodded. If she wasn't in secluded retreat right now, how could Su Yan not have come out to see him? From much farther than the eye could see, Yang Kai had sensed the existence of Su Yan. The yin-yang joyous unification art had created a link between both their bodies and minds that no physical barrier could obscure. Since Yang Kai could sense her, she would naturally be aware of his presence as well. But seeing how she had yet to show up, the only reasonable explanation was that Su Yan was currently at a critical point in her cultivation and couldn't leave her retreat. As the distance between the two shrank, Yang Kai has even faintly felt some uncontrollable fluctuations in his true qi, as if there was an invisible whirlpool pulling on it. Naturally, this was caused by the true qi in Su Yan's body. After such a long time not cultivating the yin-yang joyous unification art, whether it was the true qi in Yang Kai's or Su Yan's body, it instinctively longed to blend with its opposite party. Yang Kai's normally steady mood gradually became excited. The frozen ice cave wasn't far from where the village was built, only about 5 kilometers. After a short walk, Su Mu brought Yang Kai to the entrance of a cold cavern. Even standing outside, Yang Kai could tell that the temperature was lower than the ambient environment. White mist gently wafted from the entrance of the cave, and for a wide area around it, there was neither trees nor grass. Sumu had already reached the true element boundary 5th stage, but when he was about 10 steps from the entrance, he paused and said, "Brother, you go inside on your own. This damned place is too cold for me. I don't know how it formed, but only Big Sister can stand cultivating inside here. Even our martial uncles can't stay here for long. It's all right, you go back." "Heh, brother-in-law. Take your time." Sumu laughed obscenely before turning around and quickly leaving. Xianxia shook his head wryly before taking a deep breath and stepping into the ice cave. Feeling the cold air all around him, it was almost as if even his true chi would freeze. Only after he began circulating his true yang secret art did Xianxia manage to dispel this feeling. Looking around, the entire cave seemed to be covered in a layer of ice. This place was obviously a naturally formation, as there were no signs of any artificial excavation. Even though it was bright, Xianxia didn't see any sources of illumination. Instead, it was as if light came from all around him, reflecting off the mirror like ice. The deeper he walked, the colder it became, and the faster Xianxia's true yang secret art circulated. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the view in front of Xianxia opened up. He should have reached the innermost area of the frozen ice cave. The temperature here could only be described as frigid, and the surrounding terrain was no longer a narrow passage but a wide open space. With just a glance, Xianxia found Su Yan. Her long, black, silk-like hair gently fell past her graceful shoulders, reaching all the way down her back. Her jade-white skin stood out from the surrounding frost, like the most lustrous porcelain, while her exquisite face seemed to be adorned by a faint blush. As she breathed gently, a pair of cherry-red lips and delightful dimples especially stood out against her snow-white completion. Just as he remembered her, Su Yan was as beautiful as an immortal ice fairy. At this moment, she was sitting cross-legged on the bed crystal-clear ice, silently meditating, her tender body trembling slightly, betraying her inner excitement. Suddenly, the true chi circulating within her body welled up, forming a visible halo around her, covering her figure in a thin layer of frost. Xianxia's expression greatly changed, rushing forward and sitting down in front of Su Yan, gently holding her 2 jade hands and circulating the yin-yang joyous unification art. Instantaneously, the true chi in Su Yan also began flowing in accordance with the joyous unification art. Su Yan's wildly fluctuating true chi quickly stabilized and quickly began harmonizing with Xianxia's, both their breathing rhythm and heartbeats gradually synchronizing with one another's. After an unknown amount of time, Xianxia gently exhaled and opened his eyes. Opposite him, Su Yan's beautiful eyes also slowly opened, her long eyelashes gently fluttering, seemingly unable to believe that Xianxia had actually appeared here. But soon, the coldness in her expression began melting, giving way to a touch of intoxicating blush and happiness. "Even if you're happy I've come, you shouldn't have gotten so excited. You almost hurt yourself," Xianxia gently chided. Su Yan obviously was in the middle of cultivating, but because she noticed the arrival of Xianxia, her focus was disrupted and her true chi circulation became unstable. If Xianxia hadn't arrived and assisted her so promptly, it was hard to say what might have happened. Su Yan's face was bright red and she was about to say something, but she suddenly felt a great force overtake her, pushing her down onto the crystal ice bed, causing her to let out a light cry of surprise. Looking up at her assailant, all she could see was Xianxia's eyes filled with blazing flames. His breathing was heavy, like a beast that had just found the most delicious prey. Seeing this look, Su Yan swallowed down the words she was going to say, stared at with eyes flashing such undisguised desire. Her heartbeat couldn't help speeding up as she suddenly realizing what would happen next. "Yang." Su Yan was only able to spit out a single word before she felt Xianxia press down against her and seal her lips, the next words no longer able to escape. After only a slight struggle, Su Yan's 2 snow-white arms stretched out and wrapped around Xianxia's neck, bringing him even closer to her, refusing to let go. The sound of the pair's breathing gradually became heavy. In this frozen environment, on top of a crystal-clear ice bed, a young man and woman embraced, There was no need to say anything. The fierce torrent of ecstasy they shared communicated everything they wanted to convey to one another. As their clothes scattered, the world of ice around them couldn't freeze the boiling hot bodies of the pair. Su Yan's crystal white skin quickly being completely exposed. Two peaks, like pure white mountains topped with pink cherry blossoms. A pair of long, shapely legs as smooth as silk and soft as clouds, and glistening hair that flowed like gentle water. Su Yan's beauty was breathtaking. Every inch of her skin fascinated Yang Kai, violently stimulating his passion to untold highs. In response to Yang Kai's fervor, Su Yan's pure white skin glowed with a red luster, almost feeling like a starving beast which had just been set free from its cage was ravaging her delicate body, without any thoughts of pity or restraint. What made her feel even more ashamed, though, was this wanton devastation only enhanced the pleasure she felt, fascinating and confusing her senses greatly. After suppressing the thirst and longing in her heart for so long, faced with this sudden outlet, Su Yan's cold rationality scattered into the wind, responding even more fiercely to the Yang Kai's encroachment. Her lips constantly sought and received his own in an infinite cycle. The sound of breathing gradually became louder, as Su Yan's quiet moans slowly transformed into intense cries, arousing Yang Kai's bestial instincts more and more. Everything in the world seemed to have disappeared, leaving behind only the two of them. The dragon tattoo on Yang Kai's back and the phoenix on Su Yan's both seemed to come alive, swimming freely atop the skin of the entwined lovers. Each roar and cry was melodiously playing back and forth as the couple continued to entwine above the bed. The tattoos on both of their bodies swam around each other ever closer as the couple's embrace got tighter. Unable and unwilling to contain the man on top of her, Su Yan slipped her legs around his hips. Her face, even more flushed than before, turned away as she closed her eyes to relish the sensation. However, before her lips could part any further from him, Yang Kai placed his hand on her cheek and connected their lips again. The rekindling of the sensation was so sudden that Su Yan was left with no time to react. Her initial shock was quickly overwhelmed with a soft sensation exploring every inch of her mouth. Knowing that it seeks its partner, the corner of Su Yan's lips curved up as she twined her tongue with his. The immense pleasure felt from both the top and bottom slowly made Su Yan's mind go numb as her eyes opened dreamily. Her motions, now directed by pure instinct, were responding to his desires. Even after they moaned in harmony and a warm sensation started to fill her womb, she did not move away from him. However, this time Yang Kai forcibly separated away from her. His pillar, still hard, was protesting not to be pulled away from its Eden, but to no avail. Su Yan, seeking more, opened her trembling lips to ask, "Why did you stop?" Yang Kai let out a sly grin and kissed her on the lips before saying, "You want more?" Su Yan, unable to think clearly, did not reply in words. Instead, she wrapped her arms around his neck once again. However, fooled by her actions, Yang Kai was swiftly switched to the bottom with Su Yan on top. Yang Kai, watching Su Yan take the initiative for the first time, was left speechless. Nonetheless, seeing his lover so entranced left him unable to contain himself. He wished to tease her more. He wished to taste her more. He wished to hear her more. However, the moment he tried to get up, Su Yan gently pushed him down and sealed him with a kiss. Feeling the missing substance within her, she quickly slid his large pillar in to fill the void. The moment the void was entirely filled, Su Yan's lips separated and leaked out a loud cry. Unable to bear the pleasure, her legs fell limp and she lay on top of his chest panting. Even in her now half-conscious state, Su Yan's hips continued to pump. Looking at her exhausted figure continuing to pleasure him left Yang Kai bubbling with joy. From the true qi transmitted between them, Yang Kai could feel the eruption of longing Su Yan endured. Her desires, as though telepathic, were all leaking out. Although already in a tired state, she did not wish it to end. Happily obliging to this, Yang Kai placed his hands on her ample bottom and started to assist. Initially, his actions were soft and gentle, allowing Su Yan to slide up and down his tower in sync with her hips. However, as his lover started to sober up, and her breathing started to become ragged again, his speed increase. As though wanting her to continue to drown in the desire he produced, he started to accelerate his motion. It was only an hour or so later that he finally released her. The couple, panting in unison, continued to seek each other after their long escapade. Su Yan, too exhausted to continue, laid her head on Yang Kai's arm, snuggling as close to him as possible while Yang Kai wrapped his arm around her, unwilling to let her leave his side again. As the two slowly opened their eyes, they found themselves still within each other's embrace, the faint fragrance still lingering about the disordered chamber making Su Yan blush. Embarrassed, she shrank herself into Yang Kai's arms. Thinking about all the things she had just done, Su Yan couldn't help whimpering softly, too afraid to even meet Yang Kai's eyes. Just as she buried her face in Yang Kai's chest, Su Yan suddenly felt something hot and firm, like a rod of soldering iron, press against her stomach, causing her to flinch. But even this slight movement only caused this foreign object to engorge further. Yang. Just like before, Su Yan was only able to say a single word before cries of ecstasy became all she was capable of uttering. It was like a great wave euphoria washed over her, wiping away her ability to think or speak coherently. In an endless cycle, one gave to the other only to receive even more in return, like a perfect harmony that blended two into one. After waking up and repeating this sequence of events more times than she could remember, Su Yan's body was thoroughly exhausted, her once pure white tender body now radiating a fascinating pink hue, a glistening trail of nectar slowly dripping down her long, slender legs. Yang Kai, lightly biting her thin red lips, Su Yan stared at the ceiling of the frozen ice cave, her deep, beautiful eyes somewhat blurry, like a helpless kitten. Forgive me, I can't. Until now, she was still immersed in the feeling of floating above the clouds, an intoxicating sensation that both fascinated and frightened her. She simply couldn't resist Yang Kai's forceful entreaty. Even though she knew that they should have stopped long ago, her body still instinctively reacted and catered to each and every impulse thrust upon her. Facing the infinite desire of this young man, her emotions were an odd mix of joy and panic. Then we'll pause here for now, Yang Kai grinned and said. We can always battle again later. Su Yan slowly got up, resisting the dull pain coming from her waist and the numbness of her legs, glancing over at the culprit and helplessly scolding. It's all your fault. We haven't even cultivated yet. Yang Kai just laughed lasciviously. The yin-yang joyous unification art with Su Yan had already reached the second stage, so the two of them could dual cultivate even without extensive physical contact. But Yang Kai just now had chosen to use the most primal method to unite with her, not even giving a thought to cultivation. There's no time to cultivate now. Just wait till we get back. Yang Kai shook his head. It seems like 2 days have already passed. Our martial uncles are probably anxiously waiting for us. And Su Yan's face suddenly became bright red. 2 days alone with each other. Even a fool would know what they had been up to. Feeling thoroughly ashamed, Su Yan didn't know how she was going to face everyone outside. Eventually rising to her feet, Su Yan slowly collected the pair's scattered clothes and then, like a devoted wife, proceeded to help Yang Kai dress. Yang Kai sat on the ice bed, motionless, allowing Su Yan to assist him, the smile on his face never fading. You're about to break through to the immortal ascension boundary? Su Yan felt slightly uncomfortable being stared at by him like this and quickly found a topic to divert his attention. Almost, I should be able to soon. Yang Kai nodded, staring at Su Yan with admiration and saying, but you've already reached the immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage. It seems if I want to catch up with you, I'll have to work even harder. It's all thanks to the elixir you gave me. Su Yan shook her head modestly. That liquid really helped cleanse my body. Now whenever I cultivate, my true chi circulates much faster. On top of that, this place is simply the best environment to practice my secret art. More than a year ago, when he had been separated from Su Yan, she was only at the peak of the true element boundary. Similar to Yang Kai's current situation of being just shy of breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary. But now that they had reunited, she had reached the immortal ascension 3rd stage. This cultivation speed could only be described as phenomenal. After all, once a cultivator arrived at the immortal ascension boundary, the speed of their improvement was generally extremely slow. Even if there are excellent external conditions, if one doesn't have a solid enough foundation, they still won't be able to excel. You reaching such a height in such a short time is the result of your own talent and hard work. Yang Kai reached out and gently stroked Su Yan's cheek, suddenly pulling her closer to him, her pair of snow-white rabbits pressing against his chest. Inhaling a deep breath, he seemed to immerse himself in her delicate feminine fragrance. Su Yan smiled back softly, quietly embracing him. A moment later, Yang Kai straightened up and glanced downwards, helplessly muttering, "It seems like Su Yan yelped in fright, his expression instantly becoming determined. Yang Kai seriously said, "They've already waited more than 2 days anyway. It won't matter if they wait a bit longer." Having declared so, he swiftly pulled Su Yan into his arms. An hour later, Yang Kai, wearing a satisfied grin, watched Su Yan quickly dress herself. Only after she finished did she proceed to help Yang Kai wear his robes. After suffering another loss, how could she dare present her bare body in front of Yang Kai? If she let this man in front of her have his way, it would likely be 10 days to half a month before they left the frozen ice cave. When both of them finished dressing, Su Yan took a moment to look around the ice cave nostalgically. After leaving this place, she didn't know when or even if she would return. Finding a place so perfectly suited for her to cultivate in, one where the cold attribute energy gathered several times faster than the outside world, was quite rare. "Do you want to take it away?" Yang Kai saw the look in Su Yan's eyes and asked. Su Yan shook her head somewhat regretfully. "Even if I can't take it, I can always come back later. I can take it away now." Yang Kai smiled. Su Yan glanced at him and laughed. "You want to take away this ice crystal bed?" Yang Kai nodded, his expression filled with confidence. "It's impossible. It seems to be a single piece of crystal ice and weighs at least 10,000 kilograms. I tried once before and wasn't even able to lift it. Even if we could move it, there's no way to transport it elsewhere. The little bag you gave me isn't big enough to hold it." Su Yan gently held the universe bag in her hand. The universe bag was given to Yang Kai by Ling Tai Su long ago, but after opening the black book space, he had given it to Su Yan. The space inside the universe bag wasn't very big, and fitting such a large ice crystal bed really wouldn't be possible. "Just watch." Yang Kai grinned and walked over to the ice crystal bed that still had a lingering aura from the pair's recent activity, reached out both his hands and closed his eyes. Su Yan closely observed. Although she wasn't clear what Yang Kai was doing, but she still had a faint sense of anticipation, seemingly believing that the young man in front of her could surprise her once more. Just as this thought flashed across her mind, she saw the ice crystal bed, that weighed at least 10,000 kilograms, disappear in a brilliant flash of light. Su Yan gasped, hardly able to believe her eyes, immediately releasing her divine sense to investigate but unable to discover the slightest clue, wrinkling her brow ever so slightly as she looked around suspiciously. "Where is it?" Seeing Yang Kai's smug expression, Su Yan hurriedly asked. "I also have an artifact that can store things, and the space inside it is much bigger than the universe bags." Yang Kai smiled happily. Su Yan gently nodded. No wonder. After learning that Yang Kai had such a rare and powerful storage artifact, Su Yan was only slightly shocked but soon after only felt a sense of pride, because this was her man who had such amazing methods and heritage. Su Yan secretly thought that all of this was just a matter of course, almost as if as long as it was Yang Kai. Even if he tore a hole in the heavens, it would be normal. The frigid temperature in the frozen ice cave was all caused by the ice crystal bed. It could be said that it was the only actual treasure here, so now that it had been collected, so long as Su Yan desired, any place could be transformed into her ideal cultivating environment. Back at the village, everyone was packed and ready to go. The several older generation members of High Heaven Pavilion were all sitting cautiously, their expressions and attitudes extremely solemn. Nearby, Ingzhou also sat in silent meditation. The atmosphere was particularly dignified. These martial uncles from High Heaven Pavilion had been sitting with this Yang family blood warrior for 2 days now, not daring to move about carelessly. At first, they felt like they should say something, and in fact tried several times to talk to Ingzhou, but given Ingzhou's almost perpetual silence, how could they carry on a conversation? In the end, none of them continued trying to communicate with this silent warrior, all of them just silently waiting, so obviously they would feel uncomfortable after so long. All of these old men were silently complaining that Xianxia was still not coming back. The younger generation of disciples also seemed to be aware of the strange atmosphere here, and all kept at least a 300-meter distance, seemingly afraid they would be roped in by their martial uncles as substitute sacrifices. Suddenly, Sumu rushed into the house they were occupying, cupped his fists and report, "Martial uncles, senior brother Yang and elder sister are back. They're back." One of the old men almost shouted, quickly getting up. His expression a strange mix of relief and happiness. He hurriedly walked out, quickly followed by everyone else. None of them were willing to stay here one breath longer. Faced with the immeasurably strong and silent Yang family blood warrior, each of them felt like they were constantly under great pressure. Just as they exited, they saw Xianxia and Su Yan walking over together. One of them, his eyes somewhat tearful, swiftly arrived in front of Xianxia and loudly patted his shoulders, saying in an exasperated voice, "Martial nephew, you've finally returned. You've let us wait quite a while." Xianxia frowned. He didn't know why, but he felt like all of his martial uncles had suddenly become quite friendly, even more so than when they had reunited 2 days ago. Su Yan nearby, on the other hand, turned her gaze away slightly when she heard these words, blushing bright red from her neck to the tips of her ears. Everyone who saw this usually ice-cold beauty showing such an embarrassed expression suddenly felt she was even more attractive. Everyone is ready, so if martial nephew has no other business to attend to, since you're prepared, we can leave now. Xianxia nodded. Good, depart. One of the old men waved his hand and called out loudly, rushing forward with all the other martial uncles. Xianxia stared blankly for a moment, not sure why everyone had suddenly become so eager to leave, as if they were desperate to escape something. Little Lord. Ingzhou came up and greeted him. What happened? Xianxia asked, his brow slightly furrowed. Nothing. Ingzhou shook his head, glancing over at Su Yan inadvertently, his expression changing slightly. He immediately discovered that woman with an icy temperament and beautiful face was actually quite young, but already an immortal Ascension boundary 3rd stage master. Lu Qingyao of the Lu family was also only an immortal Ascension boundary 3rd stage cultivator, but was already known as the first genius of the central capital. As the future successor of the Lu family, he had a near unlimited supply of cultivation resources at his disposal. But what about this girl? This young lady, she's extraordinary. At that moment, Ingzhou realized once again how terrifying High Heaven Pavilion was. The current Demon Lord was from the High Heaven Pavilion and the Little Lord was also from the High Heaven Pavilion. On top of that, their sect master was an above Immortal Ascension boundary master. It also seemed like that veiled girl who was constantly performing alchemy miracles and her master, Meng Wuxia, who had easily broken the Qi binding seal for him, came from High Heaven Pavilion as well. Is this really just a second-class sect? Ingzhou suddenly became confused. The 100 or so High Heaven Pavilion members, led by Xianxia, rushed towards to War City. When they came here, Xianxia and Ingzhou had only spent less than 2 days, which included the time it took them to find the survivors, but now Xianxia estimated that it would take at least 4 days for them to return. After all, the strength of these fellow brothers and sisters was somewhat mixed. Although many of them had broken through to the true element boundary, there were still a lot who remained at the separation and reunion boundary and Qi transformation stage. However, Xianxia wasn't in a hurry. Talking and laughing with Su Yan, he walked along the road seemingly enjoying the various sights and scenes without a care in the world. After being separated for more than a year, the physical and spiritual connection between the two not only hadn't become weaker, but was instead firmer and more intense. When the two walked side by side, Xianxia could even feel the true Qi in their bodies slowly intermingling. There were even times when one of them would know what the other was thinking without even exchanging any words. It was a wondrous and mysterious feeling. One in heart and one in mind, a state they will soon reach. At the same time, nearly 3,000 kilometers away from War City, a large number of people were lurking in the tall grass, quietly waiting. Among these people was Qiu Ziruo of the central capital's Qiu family, Qiu Yimeng's younger half-brother. Qiu Ziruo was originally an ally of the Yang family's sixth young lord, Yang Shan, but after Yang Shan's mansion was attacked by Yang Kai and his flag was taken, eliminating him from the inheritance war, Yang Shan's allied forces, including Qiu Ziruo, all joined the seventh young lord, Yang Ying. But only a few days later, Yang Ying forfeited, and his subordinate forces were absorbed by Yang Zhao. And so, counting from the start of the inheritance war till now, Qiu Ziruo had changed allegiances 3 times, a fact that weighed heavily on his heart. Although these changes were a result of circumstances beyond his control, it was still a big loss of face for him. At the very least, it proved that his vision and ability to judge people was quite lacking. 2 of the Yang family young lords he had chosen to follow had been eliminated in quick succession. Before the inheritance war began, he had once discussed the course the inheritance war would take with Qiu Yimeng and the Qiu family patriarch, Qiu Shoucheng. At the time, Qiu Yimeng was extremely optimistic about Yang Kai, and had even gone so far as to temporarily withdraw from the family and bring the autumn rain hall, which was nothing but old and crippled soldiers, with her to follow him. Now, it seems that Qiu Yimeng had chosen the right person. On the other hand, Qiu Ziruo and Qiu Shoucheng, who were both optimistic about Yang Shan, had repeatedly been proven wrong. Now, Qiu Ziruo could only sigh and vow to assist Yang Zhao in winning the inheritance war to stabilize his position as the family's heir. In addition to Qiu Ziruo, the Kang family's Kang Zhan was also here. Both of them were young lords from the central capital's 8 great families, and true heirs to their respective families. If they wanted to deal with Yang Kai, someone from the 8 great families had to step forward to take command, so the 2 of them had been sent here by Yang Zhao. As for Yang Zhao himself, he had no choice but to stay in War City. If he were to act impulsively and come here himself, he would simply be repeating Yang Shan's mistake. Beside the 2 young Superforce heirs, Xiang Chu of the Xiang family and Nan Shang of the Nan family were also here. These 2's grievances with Yang Kai were clear to everyone, so when they learned that there was a chance to eliminate him, they naturally took the initiative to offer their assistance. Yang Zhao readily accepted. On top of that, there were another 4 not weak forces that were participating in this operation. Brother Kong, is the information second young lord gathered really accurate? How could Yang Kai act so recklessly? Waiting for more than a day and seeing no movement, Qiu Ziruo couldn't help feeling a bit restless. Hearing this, Kang Zhan only laughed, replying confidently, "Brother Qiu, just be patient. Since second young lord deployed us here, there's definitely no problem with his information." Qiu Ziruo suddenly looked at Kang Zhan with a puzzled expression. Brother Kong seems to admire the second young lord quite a bit. Kang Zhan smiled lightly. "I'm not afraid to admit to Brother Qiu that, in fact, when the inheritance war started, I wanted to form an alliance with the second young lord because I felt that with his methods and strength, he would ultimately become the biggest winner." "Oh? Then why did Brother Kong choose to ally with the 7th young lord?" Qiu Ziruo's brow rose, not quite understanding. Kang Zhan was originally the ally of the 7th brother, Yang Ying. It was only after Yang Ying's forfeiture that he became Yang Zhao's ally. "I had no choice?" Kang Zhan smiled helplessly and shook his head. "Second young lord chose Yi Xinro from Yi family, so I could only choose someone else." Qiu Ziruo's eyes flashed a light of clarity, nodding his head in understanding. Beauties always has some advantages. And beauties, especially ones as stunning as Yi Xinro, are always favored by us men. Kang Zhan licked his lips. Qiu Ziruo also grinned meaningfully. As young lords of the central capital 8 great families, both of them were quite familiar with Yi Xinro and knew that this woman had a special relationship with Yang Zhao. For this reason, Yi Xinro now held a unique position in Yang Zhao's mansion. Although all of them were allies of Yang Zhao in name, Qiu Ziruo and Kang Zhan, who came later, didn't have nearly as much authority as Yi Xinro. However, under the circumstances, the 2 of them didn't care about this much, and it wasn't like their status was low. This information was obtained by that woman when she went to the central capital. Kang Zhan smiled awkwardly. Against the Yi family's first young lady, What kind of resistance could a trivial subsect master of an underground force put up? As long as he was offered a little incentive, I'm sure he'd have sold her his soul. Reasonable. Qiu Zirua nodded, secretly thinking about if he could keep any of his secrets should Yi Xianro use her beauty to tempt him, especially if his life was also risk. Even if Yang Kai is quite smart, he probably couldn't have imagined that such a little clue would allow Second Young Lord to infer that he had left War City. Kang Zhan grinned. He thinks he hasn't revealed any flaws, but apparently he's still a little naive. No one is perfect. Qiu Zirua shook his head bitterly. Yang Kai is also about the same age as us. If he could do everything perfectly, what point would there be in us still living? Fair point. Kang Zhan nodded. Even having said what he said, he couldn't deny that Yang Kai's methods were impressive. If it wasn't for the Second Young Lord's near-paranoid surveillance of him, they might very well have missed this rare opportunity. Young Master Xiang, Young Master Nan, will be relying on the masters of your families to handle Ingzhou by Yang Kai's side. Kang Zhan suddenly turned his head and said to Xiangchu and Nanshang. Xiangchu nodded lightly in response. Happy to oblige. On Nanshang's face there was a sharp look, like a scorpion just waiting to sting. Coldly stroking the two stumps on his hand, he said, This time we've both brought a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master specifically to tie down Ingzhou. As long as I can obtain revenge for the loss of my fingers, when I become patriarch of the Nan family, I pledge to follow any command the Second Young Lord decrees. Kang Zhan glanced at him for a moment before nodding slightly. Yang Kai had an evil demon in his service that had reached the peak of the Immortal Ascension boundary. It was because of this master that Yang Zhao had requested the Xiang and Nan family young masters bring a peak Immortal Ascension boundary master each during this operation. Such masters were rarely seen in the Inheritance War. After all, even first-class forces didn't have many peak Immortal Ascension boundary cultivators, and if one were to fall in the Inheritance War, it wouldn't be a small loss. However, Xiangchu and Nanshang's hatred of Yang Kai was so extreme that when Yang Zhao made this request, they had readily agreed. These two masters had only arrived at Yang Zhao's mansion a month or so ago with the intention being for them to help suppress the demonic masters who had joined Yang Kai, but now they were being deployed on this mission. Although Ingzhou was a Yang family blood warrior whose cultivation had reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage, 2 peak Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivators should be enough to contain him. Regarding this battle, no matter who it was, they were completely confident in obtaining victory. None of them could have imagined that at this point in time, Ingzhou had reached the peak Immortal Ascension boundary as well. While a number of scouts were deployed to investigate the surrounding movements and circumstances, everyone else in this ambush squad held their breath and waited quietly. One day later, there was news that roughly 100 people were approaching and would arrive within half an hour. Kang Zhan immediately stood up and called out, Prepare for battle. If we can take down Yang Kai here, after returning home, Second Young Lord will definitely grant everyone rich rewards. So bring out all of your strength and absolutely do not underestimate the enemy. All the gathered cultivators nodded in unison. Should we launch a sneak attack? Qiu Zirua looked over and asked. Kang Zhan glanced over and wrinkled his brow, soon after shaking his head. Since our scouts could discover them, they must have noticed us as well. Trying to sneak attack them is impossible. We should face them head-on. I want Yang Kai to regret ever offending me. Nanshang grinned, his true qi violently bursting out. Will defeat them fair and square. After today, there will be no Yang Kai in the Inheritance War. Kang Zhan declared. Fight! 30 kilometers away, Yang Kai's expression dimmed, wondering just where he had screwed up. How could Yang Kai have anticipated that Yang Zhao would infer his movements simply by noting an unusual action of the Bamboo Knot Gang sect master Pang Qi? When he discovered some people lying in wait up ahead spying on everyone who passed by, Yang Kai suddenly realized that something wasn't quite right. The other party so clearly setting up a blockade along his return path, obviously they knew where he had gone. It was impossible for Pang Qi to have sold him out. He should still be detained by Qiu Yimeng. As for Qiu Yimeng betraying him, that was even more impossible. Then the problem must be with someone else in the Bamboo Knot Gang. After a moment of thought, Yang Kai deduced this conclusion. It seems like when he returned to War City, he'd have to clean up his house. However, even so, Yang Kai would never regret his actions. If he had to choose again, he would still have come out personally to meet his fellow brothers and sisters from High Heaven Pavilion, if only to see Su Yen a moment sooner. Sensing the change in Yang Kai's mood, Su Yen couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Yang Kai just smiled and shook his head. "Nothing. Just a group of people blocking the road ahead." Su Yan's expression immediately became cold. The last time they were together, she and Yang Kai had agreed to travel the world together. But due to Qiu Yimeng's interference, those plans had been destroyed. Now, more than a year later, after they had just reunited, a group of people had jumped out to cause trouble for them. It was only naturally for Su Yen to be upset. Who is blocking the road? The several martial uncles from High Heaven Pavilion suddenly became nervous. Probably my second brother. Yang Kai let out a sigh. Yang Wei wasn't one to do this kind of thing, and even if he wanted to, he didn't have enough capital to do so. So it was easy to infer that the ones lying in wait for him were Yang Zhao's allies. Martial uncles, you may have to fight. You don't have to worry about me. Just focus on protecting the other disciples of the sect. Can we avoid them? One of them asked. The group from High Heaven Pavilion was simply too weak to face these ambushers. They've already noticed us and have come prepared. We can't escape. Yang Kai shook his head helplessly, somewhat annoyed in his heart. High Heaven Pavilion, although only a second-class force, had several thousand disciples at its height. However, after the last disaster, only 100 or so disciples had chosen to live and die together with the sect. Although there were not many people back at High Heaven Pavilion's territory, their degree of loyalty to the sect was obviously not as high as the members here. These brave few, after High Heaven Pavilion's name was restored, would become the foundation of its rebirth. Therefore, absolutely no harm can come to them. The news that a battle would soon take place disturbed all of High Heaven Pavilion disciples, but none of them showed any fear on their faces. On the contrary, many, like Su Mu, showed some eagerness to fight. All of them had been in hiding for more than a year now, and many had grown restless. Now that they had Yang Kai as their shelter, they naturally felt emboldened. Nevertheless, this was also due in part to ignorance, not knowing just what kind of enemy they were about to face. Noticing all of this, Yang Kai's brows furrowed heavily. Yang Zhao sending people to intercept him here was completely out of his expectations. Since the other party dared to do this, they must be certain of their ability to win. At the very least, they were confident of stalling Yingzhou. This meant that, among the people sent here to ambush him, there would be at least one peak Immortal Ascension boundary master. However, since his second brother had deployed so much manpower, Qiu Yimeng would certainly have noticed. Perhaps there were reinforcements from his forces rushing over right this moment. Considering all this, Yang Kai's tension slowly faded. On top of all this, it wasn't like the current situation was hopeless. His enemy had almost certainly miscalculated Yingzhou's true strength. Since he had already broken through to the Immortal Ascension boundary 9th stage, his combat power was now much stronger than before. They also weren't clear about his true strength, and Su Yan's presence was another huge variable. If Yang Zhao had made arrangements based purely on their previous battles, then this time he still had a chance to come out on top. But soon, Yang Kai realized he had underestimated Yang Zhao's wariness towards him. Yang Kai quickly noticed a large number of silhouettes flying towards his group. Sweeping this approaching force with his divine sense, his face couldn't help cramping slightly. The opposite party was comprised of at least 7 forces. Among them, Yang Kai recognized 4: Qiu family, Kong family, Xiang family, and Nan family, 2 of the central capital's 8 great forces and 2 first-class forces, all of them turning out in full strength with absolute determination to win. When they noticed so many people approaching, everyone from High Heaven Pavilion couldn't help feeling some shock. None of them had expected their opponent to have made such a big move. The few martial uncles were even more stunned, instantly understanding just what kind of importance Yang Kai had in his enemy's eyes. In order to capture him, they hadn't hesitated to send so many people and so many masters. Above the vast wilderness, Two groups of people rapidly approached each other, coming to stop only 100 meters apart. Two pairs of hatred-filled eyes swept over from the enemy force towards Yang Kai, obviously belonging to Xianxia and Nanshang, the two of them smiling deviously. Qiu Zirua wore a complex look when he saw Yang Kai staring back at them without any trace of fear, not knowing what he was thinking, while Kang Zhan's expression was simply indifferent. On the contrary, many of the others in this group were staring towards Su Yan, who stood next to Yang Kai. Such an outstandingly beautiful young woman, with her cold, noble temperament, had naturally caught many people's attention. Looking at her, whether they were a man or woman, old or young, they couldn't help feeling not help but feel a sense of defeat. Even the two young lords from the 8 great families weren't exempted. It wasn't like they hadn't seen great beauties before. With their identity and status, no matter how many women they wanted, they could obtain. But, facing Su Yan, who seemed like an immortal ice fairy descended from the heavens, even they felt unworthy of approaching her. On the contrary, with Yang Kai standing beside her, they seemed to form a perfect pair, almost as if they were made for one another. When this idea crossed their minds, Qiu Zirua and Kang Zhan's expression couldn't help darkening. Neither of them believed they were much worse than Yang Kai. Lightly coughing, Kang Zhan cupped his fists and called out, "Ninth young lord, it's been too long, brother Kang." Yang Kai slightly curled his lips as he calmly asked, "Is my second brother not here with as well?" "Second young lord is quite busy right now and unfortunately couldn't be here, so he requested brother Qiu and myself to entertain ninth young lord. I hope brother Kai won't take offense." Yang Kai sneered back at him and stepped forward, proudly declaring, "My second brother didn't bother coming to see me personally and instead sent you two as errand boys, right?" Kang Zhan's expression sank at these words as he coldly replied, "Ninth young lord, between all of us there's a certain friendship. Why make such demeaning comments? There's a friendship between me and you?" Yang Kai rubbed chin and chuckled. "How come I can't remember that?" Regarding Kang Zhan and Qiu Zirua, Yang Kai had basically never interacted with them, only sharing a drink briefly with the former when he had first returned to the central capital and was shouted out to by Yang Zhao. As for Qiu Zirua, he had never even spoken to him. Kang Zhan took a deep breath and let out a long sigh, calming his anger before saying, "Since ninth young lord has such thoughts, this Kang won't say any more nonsense. We really don't have any friendship. Our only connection is as enemies. In the coming battle, if we offend you in any way, ninth young lord can only blame his own bad luck. To you as well," Kang Zhan continued. "Before leaving, second young lord told me that if ninth young lord is willing to surrender, not to embarrass you, lest you feel he isn't taking your brotherhood into account. So this Kang still has to ask, is ninth young lord willing to accept second young lord's kindness?" Yang Kai simply grinned and shook his head. "For a question you know the answer to, why bother asking?" "Good." Kang Zhan nodded heavily. "Why bother with all this crap? While the masters from my Nan family and the Xiang family containing Jiu, everyone else just needs to rush over and seize him." Nansheng blurted out, obviously quite impatient to defeat Yang Kai and resolve the hate in his heart. Kang Zhan's brow wrinkled and didn't say anything. He knew that Nansheng had a lot of grievances against Yang Kai. Moreover, this was also what he was planning to do anyways. Yang Kai seemed to have a large number of people with him, but every few of them had reached the immortal ascension boundary. The members of High Heaven Pavilion were nothing in Kang Zhan's eyes. Just as he was about to give the order, Yang Kai's voice called out again, "Brother Kang, how about we make a deal?" "What kind of deal?" Kang Zhan frowned. "For this battle, only me and Ying Zhou will fight. If you can beat us, then you will be able to complete the task my second brother gave you." Listening to him, Kang Zhan and Qiu Zirua couldn't help looking at him strangely. Neither of them had thought that Yang Kai would try to stop the 100 or so people behind him from participating in this fight. Although the strength of these 100 cultivators wasn't enough for Kang Zhan to worry about, if they all fought, they would still cause some losses to the forces he had brought. So when he heard Yang Kai's proposal, Kang Zhan subconsciously thought that he was plotting something and was hesitant to agree. As for those on Yang Kai's side, the several martial uncles from High Heaven Pavilion all objected, saying they wanted to contribute in any way thought could, and that even if they knew they might die, they couldn't just stand by and do nothing, their attitudes extremely resolute. You can't have any losses. Yang Kai shook his head and refused their kindness, his expression becoming dignified. I am a Yang family young lord. They won't dare kill me. Even if I can't defeat them, at worst they'll just capture me. But if there are casualties amongst you, how will I be able to face Grand Master? Our martial uncles shouldn't fight. But I must. Su Yan looked at Yang Kai and declared her gaze firm and unyielding. Yang Kai looked at her and thought for a moment before nodding. Su Yan's strength, like his own, couldn't be inferred from her cultivation, and she may be able to bring about some unexpected effects if she was to work together with him. Seeing him nod, Su Yan smiled happily and stepped forward. Brother Kong, sorry. I've changed my mind. There will be 3 of us participating in this fight from my side. Myself, Ing Zhou, and my senior sister Su Yan. Yang Kai said casually, defeat us, and I'll voluntarily withdraw from the inheritance war. Kong Zhan was trying to guess what Yang Kai was up to. He simply couldn't understand. From the way he spoke and acted, it was as if this really was what he wanted to do and wasn't some kind of clever ploy. It seems like those people are very important to Yang Kai. Even in this situation, he's actually trying to protect them. Nansheng snorted, his aura becoming somewhat dangerous as he stared at the people from High Heaven Pavilion like a ruthless snake. Xianxia nearby also sneered. Kong Zhan's frown deepened as he finally decided to just ask, Ninth young lord, can you tell me why? It's simple really. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. These people are my martial uncles and fellow brothers and sisters from my sect. If any of them were to be hurt, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to control myself. If that were to happen and Brother Kong or Brother Chiu weren't able to return to War City, it would be difficult to explain to the Kong family and Chiu family. They're from High Heaven Pavilion? Kong Zhan and Chiu Zirua's expression changed greatly, suddenly understanding where these 100 people originated from, a hint of dread even appearing in their eyes. High Heaven Pavilion, it couldn't be treated like an ordinary second-class sect. After all, that was the Demon Lord's sect. This proposal has no downside for you. What is there to think about? Yang Kai urged. Young Lord Kong, don't agree. Nansheng licked his lips and gazed over at the other side. These wicked person. All of them deserve to die. We can't say that amongst these people, another demon lord will descend. Killing them all is the best precaution. I think so too. Xianxia nodded in agreement. Kong Zhan glanced over at them and snorted. He knew that righteousness had nothing to do with their motives. They just wanted to vent their anger against Yang Kai by killing these people now that they knew they were important to him. Chiu Zirua, on the other hand, shook his head and said, Brother Kong, I think there's nothing wrong with agreeing to his proposal. At this moment, we have an absolute advantage, so selling him a favor shouldn't matter. I also don't think Second Young Lord wants us to simply act ruthlessly. In Chiu Zirua's view, right now, capturing Yang Kai was as simple as flipping his palm. There was no doubt about the outcome. In which case, there was no need to further antagonize him. Killing these 100 people from High Heaven Pavilion wouldn't help them win the inheritance war and would only forge a grudge between them and Yang Kai. Chiu Zirua wasn't willing to really become enemies with Yang Kai, a man who always seemed somewhat ruthless and unrestrained. Hearing this, Kong Zhan nodded lightly. What Brother Chiu says makes sense. Nansheng and Xianxia looked at each other and couldn't help feeling aggrieved. This was simply the perfect opportunity to take revenge on Yang Kai. But in this situation they had no right to make any decisions. Naturally they felt somewhat depressed. Ninth Young Lord, I accept your proposal, Kong Zhan loudly declared. For this battle, we will not involve the members of your sect, provided they don't interfere in any way, or else they will suffer the consequences of their own actions. Of course. Yang Kai gently breathed a sigh of relief and said, Actually, this is also for your own good. Listening to Yang Kai say this, even the mild-tempered Kong Zhan couldn't resist coldly snorting. Big words. Agreeing to Yang Kai's proposal was nothing more than him not wanting to provoke further trouble, in Kong Zhan's opinion. He was selling him a favor and giving him face. But now this person was actually shameless enough to say it was for his own good. Such cheap rhetoric and arrogance naturally annoyed him. Not paying Yang Kai's words any mind, Kang Zhan waved his hand. Brother Xiang, Brother Nan, send out your people. Xiang Chu and Nan Xing nodded and signaled towards the crowd. The next moment 2 streaks of light shooting out from behind them. In just the blink of an eye, 2 figures had already rushed over to Yang Kai's position. One of these people was from the Xiang family while the other was from the Nan family, both of them old men at the peak Immortal Ascension boundary. If not for Xiang Chu and Nan Shang's strong persuasion, it would have been impossible for the Xiang and Nan families to send these 2 to participate in the inheritance war. Without a single word, the 2 old men struck towards Ingjiu. Both old masters went all out, trying to use overwhelming momentum to take Ingjiu out in one fell swoop. 2 peak Immortal Ascension boundary masters attacking at once created an astounding pressure, immediately causing many of the High Heaven Pavilion members' breaths to stagnate. The violent power of these 2 strikes seemed to have created a whirlpool that drew in the lives of everyone around them. Everyone was aghast, their faces turning pale in the face of such astounding strength. None of them could even work up the will to resist. Nan Shang and Xiang Chu smirked as they smugly watched, secretly expecting Ingjiu to be forced to display his mad tyrant blood skill. But contrary to their expectations, Ingjiu's expression remained indifferent, suddenly disappearing just before the 2 old men's attacks were about to reach him. The looks on the Xiang and Nan family masters swiftly changed. Suddenly having lost their target, a terrifying feeling welled up in their hearts. The 2 masters hurriedly tried to retreat, but before they could, a sharp killing intent stabbed towards them from behind. Before the 2 masters knew what was happening, a ghostly figure wielding 2 daggers appeared behind them and unleashed a series of slashes. Flickering shadow strike. The air was instantly filled with violent waves of energy, like ripples on the surface of a pond. The arrogant expressions on Xiang Chu and Nan Shang's faces instantly solidified, soon being replaced by looks of fear and shock as they stared towards the sky. Kang Zhan and Qiu Ziruo's reactions weren't much better. Everyone, whether they were friend or foe, trembled at the sight of Ingjiu's strength. Only Yang Kai chuckled and calmly said, "Martial uncles, lead everyone else back to a safe distance." Ah, and the old men from High Heaven Pavilion reacted as if they had just woken from the dream. Witnessing the battle between these 3 Immortal Ascension boundary masters, they realized that even if they were to exert all their strength, they wouldn't have any effect on the situation and would only end up dying unnecessarily. Understanding this point, they quickly led everyone else from High Heaven Pavilion away from the battlefield. Only Yang Kai and Su Yan remained standing side by side at the front. Su Yan's long hair fluttered in the wind from the battle above as she turned her head towards Yang Kai and smiled. Shwa shwa shwa. High up in the sky, the 3 masters separated from each other and stood mid-air facing one another. Ingjiu appeared just as he had a moment ago, his expression indifferent and his body unharmed. On the other hand, the masters from the Xiang and Nan families had expressions that were somewhat pale and their robes had been damaged here and there. Although they showed no signs of injury, this fight had made everyone realize that the Ingjiu that stood before them now was already not the one they had previously known. Also, this once again demonstrated to everyone present just how stunning the Yang family blood warriors' combat strength was. Yang family blood warriors, invincible amongst those of the same realm, commonly fighting those whose cultivation exceeded their own. Just you 2? Insufficient. Ingjiu held his 2 daggers by his sides and shot a cold look at the Nan and Xiang family masters in front of him, lightly shaking his head. The 2 old men's expression immediately became ugly. Brother Kong, Ingjiu seems to have broken through to the Immortal Ascension boundary 9th stage. Qiu Ziruo also saw that the situation wasn't good. In their original plan, the 2 peak Immortal Ascension boundary masters would distract Ingjiu while the rest of the masters they brought captured Yang Kai. But now, with Ingjiu reaching the peak Immortal Ascension boundary, that plan was no longer feasible. Since they can't handle him alone, we just have to send more people up. Kang Zhan was also dazed for a while but quickly collected himself and coldly ordered, Zhou Zirua nodded before signaling towards the group behind him. Immediately, four more figures flew up. 2 Immortal Ascension 8th stages and 2 Immortal Ascension 7th stages. In addition to the previous 2 peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, Zhou was now facing a total of 6 people by himself, but his expression still remained indifferent. On the other hand, it was the 4 newcomers who appeared nervous. Still not enough. Zhou shook his head. If you want to contain me, you'll have to send more. Kang Zhan and Xiao Zirua's expressions both became dark, secretly thinking that this Zhou was too arrogant. Even if he was a Yang family blood warrior and had reached the Immortal Ascension 9th stage, he was still just one man. Mad tyrant blood skill, Zhou suddenly muttered, his blood force rapidly rising and his true qi surging wildly. Everyone's expression changed once more. None of them had thought that Zhou would so decisively display the blood warrior's forbidden technique. This skill temporarily increased the intensity of a blood warrior's blood force and true qi at the expense of their vitality. In other words, every time a blood warrior used this skill, their lifespan would reduce. Therefore, even if the Yang family's blood warriors had phenomenal strength, they generally didn't live long lives. In an instant, Zhou's aura changed from being sharp yet silent to violent and wrathful, his exposed skin suddenly emitting a crimson glow like a red scorpion. Shua! Zhou's figure flickered, seemingly moving yet remaining exactly where he was. On the other hand, the masters who were confronting him all staggered backwards a few steps. Pooh! With a splash of blood, before realizing what had happened, without even engaging Zhou in combat. One of the Immortal Ascension Boundary's 7th stage master's eyes dimmed and limply fell from the sky. Blood sprayed out like a fountain from this man's throat, and before he even hit the ground, his body burst into a bloody fog, even his bones disintegrating. A chill that seemed to come from the depths of hell gripped the hearts of everyone who witnessed this, causing them to shiver uncontrollably. Still think you're enough? Zhou's 2 daggers flashed a cold light as he spun them in a dazzling pattern through his fingers, his wild aura suddenly condensing and becoming deathly still, and said, "If you think so, then die." Just as his voice fell, the 2 old men at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage yelled, "Be careful!" At the same time, both of them jumped forward and summoned their respective artifacts, pushing their true qi to the limit as they displayed their strongest skills. Zhou's figure flickered through this wave of attacks, like a leaf floating through a violent storm, swaying back and forth yet never falling. All Immortal Ascension 8th stages go up. Kang Zhan didn't dare underestimate Zhou, with his Immortal Ascension 9th stage cultivation and Mad Tyrant blood skill. This blood warrior before his eyes now had the qualification to fight an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. The 5 men facing him right now really weren't enough to contain him. Realizing this, Kang Zhan immediately issued an order for reinforcements. Shwa shwa shwa. 4 more figures leapt up from the ground, all of them cultivators at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage. This was every master at this level from all 7 forces present. With the addition of these masters, Zhou's movements weren't as free and fluid as before, but his rhythm still hadn't been disturbed. He was like a drawn blade, invincible and all-conquering. Whenever the 2 daggers flashed, chaos and panic soon followed. Zhou, who was proficient in speed, stealth, and assassination, still occupied a completely dominant position in this lopsided confrontation. His vague figure flashed in and out of his enemy's sight, striking from their blind spots and then withdrawing before they could even respond, causing all of them to feel an insurmountable pressure crushing down on their hearts. It's not enough. Kang Zhan's eyes flashed a desperate look, just as he spoke these words. In the sky, another Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage master let out a blood-curdling scream and plummeted to the ground. "Elder!" someone shouted. This person belonged to one of the weaker 7 forces that had been deployed for this operation. His loss was a big blow to his sect. When this Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage master hit the ground, everyone saw that his 2 arms had been cleanly separated from his body, blood splashing out from the smooth wounds. "Send more." Kang Zhan's face paled as he ordered once more. Several Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Masters in the crowd behind him glanced at once another helplessly before shooting into the sky. Finally, with the addition of these people, Ingzhou's movements finally stagnated somewhat. This single Yang family blood warrior was fighting evenly with 2 9th Stage, 6 8th Stage, and 5 Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Masters, greatly surpassing everyone's expectations. Even Ingzhou himself was quite surprised. Before he had broken through, he had repeatedly thought about how much his strength would increase once he reached the 9th stage. He had estimated that after breaking through and displaying his Mad Tyrant blood skill, he would be able to contain several masters of equal cultivation. But he absolutely didn't expect to be able to suppress so many at once. Being able to face so many high-level masters far exceeded Ingzhou's estimate of his own abilities. He didn't understand why this was. He only knew that right now he was capable of this. Although his situation wasn't relaxed, and could even be described as dancing a knife's edge, he wasn't worried about losing his life for a short time. Is it because of those mysterious grade pills from the pill room? Ingzhou wasn't clear, but that didn't matter right now. What he needed to do was reduce the burden Yang Kai faced as much as possible. Looking at the difficult fight Ingzhou was having up in the sky, Kang Zhan and Xiao Ziruo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This situation was something they had never imagined before. Fortunately, the second young lord had prepared for so many people for this ambush. If he had accepted their proposal at the time with just Ingzhou, forget about capturing Yang Kai, they might not even have been able to escape themselves. Second young lord is really far-sighted. At this moment, Kang Zhan and Xiao Ziruo felt a deep admiration for Yang Zhao's foresight. It's up to us now. Kang Zhan took a deep breath and turned his eyes to Yang Kai, who had been standing nearby this whole time. With Ingzhou being pinned down, the rest of them just needed to capture Yang Kai. Although most of the masters were occupied, Kang Zhan was still completely confident the rest of them could accomplish this task. After all, he and Xiao Ziruo both had 2 Immortal Ascension 5th Stage Masters from 8 great families accompanying them, a large number of masters from the 7 forces. With this lineup, Kang Zhan didn't believe they couldn't take Yang Kai. It's our turn. Yang Kai took back his gaze from the battle up above and gently said to Su Yan. Su Yan nodded slightly, lightly brushing her hair back behind her ear as she smiled. This will be our 3rd time fighting side by side. 3rd time? Yang Kai parroted curiously. Have you forgotten? Su Yan glanced over at him. The first time was inside the Inheritance Heavens Cave when you saved my life, and the second time was below the Coiling Dragon Stream when we brought up the rear. This will be the 3rd time. Does the first time count? Of course it counts. Su Yan smiled happily and whispered, You've helped me 2 times before. This time, it's my turn to help you. Yang Kai stared at her for a moment before smiling and nodding. All right, looking at the pair before them calmly whispering to one another, seemingly flirting right in front of their faces. Both Kang Zhan and Xiao Ziruo's faces cramped. They felt like they were being thoroughly despised. Coldly waving their hands, the 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters from the Kang family and Xiao family flew towards Yang Kai and Su Yan. Their movements were neither fast nor slow. On their faces was an expression of complete indifference. It was obvious that they were confident that they could capture Yang Kai. The 100-meter distance between them was quickly closed. The smile on Yang Kai's face gradually converged as he observed the 4 masters approaching them. These 4 people were different from ordinary Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters. Each Immortal Ascension Master from the 8 great families was a true elite. I should be able to cope with 1.5. Su Yan wrinkled her brow, feeling a lot of pressure from these 4 masters. Me too. Yang Kai nodded lightly. This evaluation was based purely on their own strength, but if they were to work together and use some special methods, things would be different. The 4 people arrived 10 meters in front of Yang Kai and stopped, politely cupping their fists before saying, 9th young lord, pardon us for offending you. Conceited to the bone. Yang Kai grinned and muttered. These arrogant words made the 4 people's faces sink, one of them shooting back, 9th young lord, it's best if you don't resis. Before he could finish his words though, Yang Kai and Su Yan simultaneously began moving. One scorching hot, One frigid cold. Two distinct energies burst out at the same time without any prior communication. The couple seemed to be able to understand each other's thoughts and perfectly synchronized with one another. A burning hot true chi rushed forward, like a raging inferno, engulfing the place where the four masters stood. Aware of the power contained in this pure and flawless true chi, the four masters' expression couldn't help changing slightly. Yang Kai drawing a tie with Lu Qingyao wasn't because the latter had gone easy on him. The ninth young lord really had the capital to fight evenly with the central capital's first young lord. After the wall of flames came sharp blades of ice, slicing through the air towards them with harsh whistling sounds. Thousands of ice blades swarmed the four masters like locusts descending upon a field, the chill they radiated reaching their bones, forming an inescapable net. Each ice blade was filled with an astounding amount of cold chi and carried an astonishing force. These ice blades were formed from the pure true chi within Su Yan's body and the penetrating power they had made even the immortal Ascension masters of the 8 great families not dare underestimate them. Su Yan's attack was both dazzling and dangerous. On the other hand, the wave of scaling true chi Yang Kai released was somewhat lacking in comparison. 2 of the 4 didn't move while the other 2 released a brilliant radiance from their bodies, forming a thin barrier in front of them, completely blocking both the hot and cold chi. The 2 men also branched out a portion of their strength to smash the ice blades which were approaching from the other directions. Yang Kai and Su Yan's first joint attack had yielded no results. Just as the 4 immortal Ascension boundary masters relaxed their vigilance, there was a sudden and unexpected change occurred. The energy contained in the attack that they had just blocked didn't dissipate, but instead swirled around them and become even more powerful and aggressive. The 4 men's expressions once again changed violently, and the 2 immortal Ascension boundary masters who had previously not acted hurriedly showed their means. Hong hong hong. The hot and cold chi crashed like waves onto the defensive barrier, each impact stronger than the previous one, soon shattering the thin film protecting the 4 immortal Ascension boundary masters, submerging them in a torrent of extreme opposites. Seeing this, Kang Zhan and Qiu Zirua both gawked. The scene in front of them immediately made them realize how big the gap between them and Yang Kai was, causing them to feel a deep sense of powerlessness. Against Lu Qingyao, they still felt like they had a chance of catching up to and one day surpassing him. But when they faced Yang Kai, they couldn't say the same. They deeply felt like they would only be able to look up to him for the rest of their lives. This feeling of inferiority greatly frustrated and angered Kang Zhan as he yelled out, "Don't show any mercy. Ninth young lord won't die so easily." Hearing this, the 4 masters who were resisting this hot and cold energy storm all furrowed their brows and no longer held back. Gathering their strength, they sent out a burst of true chi from their bodies and shattered the field surrounding them, and then quickly used their martial skills and artifacts to strike back. Yang Kai swiftly summoned his bone shield and swallowed these few attacks, but the 2 Kong family masters both closed in before he could counterattack. At such a close distance, the energy swallowed by the bone shield couldn't be used effectively to repel them. With 2 ferocious roars, Yang Kai sent out his white tiger seal and divine ox seal, sending the 2 beast phantoms biting towards his attackers. Gaining a little breathing time, Yang Kai quickly opened the distance between them and snuck a glimpse over at Su Yan, discovering that she was being entangled by the 2 masters from the Qiu family. Seeing this, Yang Kai was slightly annoyed. In order to maximize the effect of the Yin-Yang Joyous Unification art, he and Su Yan needed to fight side by side, a point which had not escaped the observation of the 4's masters, leading them to divide the pair in an attempt to take them down separately. If they really fought like this, with the bone shield boosting his defense, Yang Kai probably wouldn't have any problems, not to mention these 4 didn't dare really hurt him, but Su Yan may be in danger. Although he desperately wanted to join up with Su Yan again, the 2 of Kong family masters were deliberately blocking his way, making it impossible for him to reach her in short order. Looks like there shouldn't be any problems. Seeing the situation take a turn for the better, Kang Zhan relaxed his tensed nerves and breathed a sigh of relief. Qiu Zirua also secretly wiped the cold sweat from his brow and smiled bitterly. "I didn't expect that the 9th young lord's methods would be so amazing." "Him being amazing, I can understand. But who is that woman? How is she so powerful?" Kang Zhan stared at Su Yan with a puzzled expression. That woman is definitely the most important one here to Yang Kai. Nansheng grinned, a vicious light flashing across his eyes. Since he wanted to retaliate against Yang Kai, naturally he should give him the most profound and painful lesson possible. It would be best if this woman were accidentally killed by the two Chou family masters. Nansheng was secretly looking forward to it. Although he knew such an outcome was unlikely, he couldn't help hoping it would come to pass. He even wondered if there was some way he could steer things in that direction. But looking at this woman's tyrannical strength, Nansheng felt a bit discouraged. His strength wasn't that high, so him interfering wouldn't change anything. Young Lord Nan, our objective this time is only to capture Yang Kai. Kang Zhan saw his thoughts and warned. Hehe, I know. Nansheng nodded. In the few breaths they were speaking, the four Immortal Ascension boundary masters gradually began to suppress Yang Kai and Su Yan. The masters of superforces were really different. Even if it was just two Immortal Ascension boundary 5th stage cultivators, they could easily tie down Yang Kai. Having to constantly worry about himself, he couldn't find an opportunity to help Su Yan at all. It was also impossible for him to use the energy swallowed by the bone shield in such close quarters and could only passively defend. Seeing Su Yan's situation becoming graver by the moment, Yang Kai's expression quickly became cold. The bone shield that had been using to defend himself disappeared, and in its place a small mirror appeared. This mirror gave off a profound chill, and if one looked closely they would notice a white scenery contained within it. As soon as Yang Kai summoned it, a dangerous aura pulsed from the mirror. The two Kong family masters noticed this and immediately intensified their attack in an attempt to stop whatever Yang Kai was attempting to do. But they were a step too late. From the mirror, a series of ripples burst forth and the surrounding region transformed into a world of ice. Wah! A vast, snowy sky, like a great dome, suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes, enveloping Yang Kai, Su Yan and the Kong family and Shou family 4 masters. Mysterious grade artifact. Kang Zhan shouted as he gazed towards the strange dome. But no matter how he tried, he could see nothing but blowing snow. Everyone who stared at this strange barrier comprised of icy winds, and snow felt a cold chill overcome them, causing them to tremble unconsciously. Becoming like this simply from observing from the outside, Kang Zhan could only imagine what it was like for those trapped inside. Staring into the boundary, he could faintly make out a white snowy peak seemingly in the far distance. How could he have such a powerful, mysterious grade artifact? Kang Zhan's face went blue. Although he knew that Yang Kai had snatched a second mysterious grade artifact in addition to the bone shield he had used earlier and had mentally prepared himself, he hadn't imagined it would be able to display such an effect. When such an artifact was summoned, it effectively created an isolated world that couldn't be intruded upon until the battle inside was decided. As the master of the artifact, Yang Kai would no doubt have an absolute advantage when fighting inside this barrier. On top of that, the attribute of this artifact seemed to perfectly match with that woman's secret art and martial skills. In an instant, Kang Zhan realized that the situation was not good. Regarding the power of a mysterious grade artifact, he also had a deep understanding. As the young lord of one of the Central Capital 8 great families, he too had a mysterious grade artifact. Quickly break through this artifact's barrier, Kang Zhan roared, quickly leading Qiu Zirua and a group of people forward to bombard this dome. Inside the ice world, Yang Kai and Su Yan finally gathered together. Looking around at the snow-white scenery and the tall ice mountain, Su Yan couldn't help taking a deep breath, her full chest rising and falling greatly in a sublime motion, an excited light flashing across her eyes. To her, this place was a paradise, allowing her true qi to circulate many times faster than usual. As soon as Yang Kai activated the mirror-like mysterious grade artifact, Su Yan's aura changed dramatically. She was clearly standing next to him, but in the eyes of the 4 masters from the Kong and Shou family, she had become ethereal, like her entire being was omnipresent. In other words, this woman, at this moment, had all but become one with this mysterious grade artifact. The 4 people were stunned, not understanding why this was happening. This mysterious grade artifact was clearly summoned by Yang Kai, So how could this young woman be the one resonating with it the strongest? This phenomenon was also noticed by Yang Kai and Su Yan, both of them turning to one another, seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. When he had summoned the mirror artifact, Yang Kai hadn't anticipated this result. But in this moment he understood. Su Yan and he both cultivated the joyous unification art, and their true qis had formed a kind of circulation. As such, any artifact he had refined with his true qi to a certain extent could be used by Su Yan and vice versa. This was equivalent to two people sharing their artifacts. In particular, this mirror was primarily an ice attribute artifact, perfectly compatible with Su Yan's true qi attribute. It was basically tailor-made for her. While Yang Kai could use this artifact somewhat because his true qi attribute was the exact opposite, he was unable to fully display its strength. Su Yan, on the other hand, could utilize 100% of its might. During the artifact snatching battle at Pajing Lake, Yang Kai felt that this artifact's grade might be higher and had thus made it his priority target, leading to this unexpectedly fortuitous situation. This artifact is a barrier creation type, one of the Kong family masters shouted as he swept his eyes over their suddenly changed surroundings. The others beside him nodding in agreement, all of their expressions quite grave. They were all experienced people and could make quick and accurate assessments of their situation, so they naturally saw that this artifact was incredibly strong and sturdy at a glance. This artifact had erected a dome-like barrier around them, creating a type of small isolated space. Without breaking this barrier, the artifact would continue to maintain this isolated space. But breaking this barrier while Yang Kai and Su Yan were closely staring at them was obviously not going to be easy. How could the four masters dare act rashly? As the cold winds whistled and whipped around them, the ground became covered in a thick layer of frost as falling snow whirled around them. All of a sudden, the four masters noticed that their true qi was slowly being frozen. Immediately they began circulating their secret arts madly, but they were still unable to completely resist the chill around them, frost staining their hair and clothes only a moment later. How do you feel? Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to the four masters, but instead asked Su Yan curiously. My strength has increased a lot. I feel like I can do anything, Su Yan gently exclaimed, feeling a slight chill nip her nose, but still extremely comfortable. Su Yan wasn't one to boast or exaggerate it. If she was saying so, it meant she really felt omnipotent within this barrier. Yang Kai laughed heartily. Good. Then from now on this artifact is yours to use. Su Yan nodded lightly, without the slightest objection, accepting something her man gifted her as though it was natural. The conversation between the two youths reached the ears of four Immortal Ascension boundary masters and caused all of their expressions to dim. Although a mysterious great artifact was indeed powerful, none of them were weak, so how could they stand being so despised by two members of the younger generation? I'll give it a try, Su Yan whispered softly, waving her hand almost arbitrarily towards the four masters. Instantly, the cold wind became even much more biting and the expressions on the four masters changed from unhappiness to fright. Although they had been able to stand their ground so far, with this drastic increase in cold pressure, their hair and extremities began freezing visibly faster. To their horror, even when they pushed their true qis to the limit, they couldn't resist the invasion of this chill, their bodies soon beginning to shiver from the cold. Su Yan's brow rose for a moment before wrinkling slightly, seemingly trying to familiarize herself with the power of the artifact. As her expression fluctuated, the connection between her cold attribute true qi and this frozen world deepened. With a fierce rumble, the ground, which was covered in a thick layer of snow, suddenly burst open as thousands of ice blades shot into the air, joining the already thick blizzard surrounding the four masters. With no path to the heavens nor door into the earth, the four masters born into two of the world's superforces all felt extremely troubled. As their true qi was slowly frozen, their responses became sluggish, further compromising their ability to defend themselves. Even though they somehow used their martial skills and artifacts to block this round of attacks, before they could catch their breath, Su Yan's next attack had arrived. From the surrounding ice mountains, bright beams of light suddenly erupted, seemingly crossing space as they shot towards the four people. As Yang Kai stood beside Su Yan, Motionless, his heart pounded. He hadn't expected that, with the help of this mysterious great artifact, Su Yan's strength could rise to this level, all on her own, being able to suppress 4 Immortal Ascension 5th stage masters from the central capital 8 great families to the point where they could only defend themselves without being able to hit back. This artifact had created the ideal combat environment for Su Yan. In this world, she was supreme. Even as the real owner of this artifact, he had somehow degenerated into a mere spectator. The power of the artifact was indeed terrible, but Su Yan's strength was also unquestionable. With the two combined, this lopsided rout was the result. It was now only a matter of time before she beat these 4. Looking at Su Yan seemingly playing with a new toy, Yang Kai happily smiled. Outside the barrier, Kang Zhan and Qiu Zirua had both hurriedly brought their forces over, but none of them could approach within 100 meters of this dome. The chill that radiated from this barrier was too strong. Even 100 meters away, all of them had to circulate their secret arts to resist the invasion of the cold. "Break it!" Kang Zhan shouted, taking the lead by pulling out his own mysterious grade artifact, which he had not used in the Inheritance War so far, poured in his true chi, and attacked the barrier in front of him. On the dome's surface, a series of ripples quickly spread, the wind and snow that obstructed their view of the inside stagnating somewhat. After this single strike, Kang Zhan's breathing became somewhat heavy. His strength wasn't that high, so the stress on his body and consumption of his true chi from using a mysterious grade artifact wasn't small. Fortunately, Qiu Zirua also had an artifact of the same level, and the other cultivators with them also unleashed a barrage of attacks to follow up. After this round of attacks, the barrier seemed to weaken somewhat. Seeing this, Kang Zhan's hope rose and he excitedly ordered, "Don't stop. Continue until it breaks." The longer this situation dragged on, the more unfavorable it would be for them. Most of the masters from their forces had already been drawn out to contain Ingzhou, so if the 4 Immortal Ascension boundary masters from the central capital 8 great families were defeated inside this barrier now, Kang Zhan really had no idea how they would capture Yang Kai. As this operation's leader, he was more anxious than anyone else. Everyone outside the barrier pushed their true chi furiously, trying to break open this barrier even a moment sooner. Suddenly, a few screams rang out from afar. Glancing over at the source, Kang Zhan's face turned blue as he angrily yelled, "Xianxia! Nanshang! What are you doing?" In the direction he was staring, Xianxia and Nanshang had actually taken their forces and snuck over to where the members of High Heaven Pavilion were standing. Since the beginning of the battle, these people had been standing there observing, not interfering, just as Yang Kai and Kang Zhan agreed. But when the snow and ice barrier appeared, Nanshang and Xianxia had turned their attention to them. It was only after this outburst that Kang Zhan noticed their actions. Nanshang, who was confronting the members of High Heaven Pavilion, completely ignored Kang Zhan's question as he sneered, "Obediently surrender. If you resist, I have no problem playing with you." The few members of the older generation all wore ugly expressions as they stood in front of the young disciples. Although they were angry, they didn't dare launch an attack, quickly shouting, "Two young lords, just now, my martial nephew reached an agreement with your leader. Are you going to go back on your word now?" Nanshang snickered. "An agreement? I don't know anything about that. Why don't you try pointing out who made a deal with Yang Kai? Do you really think you High Heaven Pavilion trash are untouchable? After this young master tramples all of you, what can Yang Kai say? You go too far. Too far." Nanshang laughed. "Why don't you go ask Yang Kai and see if he knows the meaning of going too far?" After saying so, his expression became cold as he yelled, "Capture them all! Kill anyone who dares to resist. It seems like Yang Kai cares a great deal about you. Let's find out just how you're really worth to him." Immediately, the Nan family and Xiang family people surrounded the members of High Heaven Pavilion, their expression grim and menacing. Everyone from High Heaven Pavilion was furious, especially the members of the younger generation. Seeing that the situation was about to reach the level of an all-out conflict, Kang Zhan quickly rushed over and grabbed Nanshang's collar, grinding his teeth and angrily interrogating, "What do you think you're doing?" Nanshang didn't pay Kang Zhan's anger any mind, just grinning back happily as he calmly replied, Young Lord Kong, do you think the four masters from your Kong family and Shou family can capture Yang Kai inside that ice and snow barrier? Kong Zhan's brows wrinkled and his eyes flashed an unhappy light, coldly snorting back. What does that have to do with what you're doing right now? Naturally, my actions are related, Nanshang said lightly, seemingly not having the slightest tension. If those four masters can't catch Yang Kai, this time's operation can basically be declared a failure. After dispatching so many people, we couldn't even defeat 3 people. If word of this were to spread, Hehe, young Lord Kong, what the consequences would be? Do I have to explain? What do you mean? Kong Zhan gradually calmed down. Just now, seeing Nanshang and Xianxia act against these High Heaven Pavilion people, he thought their plan was to kill them to vent their anger. Thinking so, he was naturally enraged. Firstly, Nanshang and Xianxia's actions were basically disregarding his face, and secondly, if possible, he didn't want to offend Yang Kai. But now, there were neither any dead nor wounded, so he was at least willing to listen to Nanshang's explanation. Moreover, the situation in front of them really wasn't good. If he was really to allow Yang Kai to escape, he would have no way to explain to Yang Zhao. His status was already not as good as that of Yi Xian Rose, and after such a disastrous failure it would only sink even lower. I don't have any other meaning. Even facing Kong Zhan's inquiry, Nansheng just smiled coldly. I only want to say that as long as we have chips in hand, even if those 4 seniors fail, we'll still be in control. Yang Kai likely won't surrender because of them, but allowing us to leave shouldn't be an issue. Young Lord Kong also saw the power of his mysterious great artifact. If Yang Kai is determined to keep all of us here, could any of us possibly resist? Kong Zhan's expression became solemn as he contemplated Nanshang's words, reluctantly finding himself unable to refute. It was obvious to everyone here that Yang Kai really cared about these High Heaven Pavilion people. Otherwise, he wouldn't have proposed such a deal in the first place. Given the strength he had just displayed, and knowing his temper, if someone dared block his road, he wouldn't have bothered discussing anything and simply attacked. The fact that he didn't proved that he wasn't willing to abandon these people. With these people as a bargaining chip, could he force Yang Kai to submit? Unlikely, but escaping would be a simple matter. Young Lord Kong wouldn't be worrying about a simple oral agreement with Yang Kai, right? Nansheng saw his hesitation and sneered. Kong Zhan wore an ugly expression but didn't deny the charge. Although it was just a verbal agreement, as a young lord of one of the central capital's 8 great families, he couldn't just go back on his word or he would lose face. Since he had promised Yang Kai not to move against these High Heaven Pavilion people, if he arbitrarily reneged just because the situation suddenly became unfavorable, it would be inappropriate. Young Lord Kong, this is a critical situation. Do you want to see Yang Kai use that artifact to defeat all of us here? Nansheng struck while the iron was hot, continuing to persuade. Xianxia also chose this moment to chime in. Young Lord Kong, please consider the greater good. I don't deny that I hate Yang Kai to the extreme, but even without considering my personal feelings, this is our best option given the situation. Taking a deep breath and letting out a long sigh, Kong Zhan's hesitation turned to conviction and nodded. So be it. He was also really afraid of Yang Kai and didn't have much hope that the 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters would be able to defeat him. When Nansheng and Xianxia heard this, their faces filled with joy. Since they began participating in the Inheritance War, they had finally found an opportunity to exact revenge on Yang Kai. Naturally, they felt happy. Don't embarrass them too much. Just grab 2 people. Kong Zhan frowned and ordered. Good. Nansheng nodded, snorting disdainfully as he swept his eyes over the members of High Heaven Pavilion, pointing to one of the older generation disciples and ordering someone to bring him over. The middle-aged man didn't resist, even intentionally stopping some of the younger generation disciples from taking any rash actions. At this moment, the enemy in front of them was too strong. If they were to retaliate, then they would certainly be annihilated. Therefore, remaining calm and doing as they were told was all that they could do. Seeing that no one from High Heaven Pavilion stood out to resist, Nansheng and Xianxia couldn't help showing some disappointment, immediately cursing, "Cowards!" Kong Zhan's brow wrinkled. somewhat annoyed at their attempts to stimulate these high heaven pavilion people. But he ultimately didn't say anything. Nanshang's eyes continued to wander around the crowd, looking for a suitable target. Suddenly noticing a pair of eyes glaring at him angrily and sneering, "Take him!" As soon as he spoke, one of the Nan family masters charged into the crowd of High Heaven Pavilion disciples and retrieved the target. This person wasn't very old, even younger than Yang Kai, but his strength wasn't bad, reaching the true element boundary 5th stage. Obviously, his aptitude was good. It was also because of this that Nanshang chose him. 2 High Heaven Pavilion disciples were quickly brought before Nanshang, one old, one young. The old generation disciple still wore a calm expression, neither angry nor humble, but the younger disciple was actually grinning as he sneered at Nanshang. "Good eyes." Nanshang nodded, suddenly slapping this youth across his face. With a loud smack, a clear handprint appeared on this young man's face and one of his teeth was knocked loose, blood leaking from his mouth. Not uttering a word, this youth just silently turned his eyes back towards Nanshang sullenly. Nanshang nearly popped a vein on his forehead, not having anticipated that this kid would remain so defiant. Annoyed in his heart, he threw out another slap and yelled, "Little bastard!" After being slapped twice, the young disciple's cheeks swelled up and his mouth was stained with blood, but the look in his eyes still didn't change at all, not showing the slightest timidity. His look practically screaming death before insult. Kang Zhan couldn't help feeling a bit moved seeing the performance of this High Heaven Pavilion disciple. "What is your name?" Kang Zhan asked. The young disciple glanced at him faintly and said proudly, "Sumu! Sumu!" Kang Zhan took a deep breath, nodded and muttered, "Seems High Heaven Pavilion really isn't ordinary. If a simple young disciple had this kind of temperament, what about the others? These people, even if they were to kill all of them, would any of them yield or beg for mercy?" Silently contemplating this, for some reason, Kang Zhan felt the answer was a resounding no. In response, Sumu just sneered and said, "You can only bluff and bluster in front of me. Once my senior brother Yang comes out, you wouldn't dare." Kang Zhan's expression quickly dimmed. Just as Sumu said, he really didn't dare act ruthless in front of Yang Kai. Nanshang was even more enraged, viciously kicking out Sumu's legs, causing him to fall to the ground before he sent out a series of slaps. Kang Zhan didn't even have time to stop him before Sumu received a dozen slaps. Pa pa pa. The sound was loud and resounding. No one from High Heaven Pavilion moved, but the sound of their breathing became heavy, their eyes glowing red like wild beasts as they stared at Nanshang. Their deafening silence was like the calm before a storm, causing Kang Zhan's brow to furrow, quickly calling out, "Enough!" Nanshang obediently stopped and let out a breath, grabbing Sumu's face and pulling out his sword, pressing it against his neck. "You really think I don't dare to kill you? You don't have the guts." Sumu's face was swollen and bloody, but his sneer never faded, as if he was completely unafraid of death. Nanshang's face twitched maliciously, hesitation and struggle filling his expression. The sword in his hand slowly pressed forward, leaving a bright red line on Sumu's neck, but never actually completed the act. If he wanted to kill Sumu right now, it would be quick and easy. But thinking about Yang Kai seeking revenge, Nanshang couldn't help feeling a sense of dread. On the contrary, Sumu still looked calm, without the slightest trace of fear. He could tell that Nanshang was terrified of Yang Kai. "Let him go." Kang Zhan took a deep breath and shook his head slowly. Nanshang wore a ruthless face, but on the inside he was just an indecisive, spoiled child. Nanshang's fist clenched and he ground his teeth. He wanted nothing more than to kill this brat in front of him, but he couldn't bring himself to do the deed. After Kang Zhan spoke these words, Nanshang knew he was riding a tiger. If he really let him go, it would be the same as admitting he didn't have any guts. As the young lord of a first-class family, could Nanshang afford such a reputation? A ruthless light flashing across his eyes, Nanshang stabbed out his sword. With a loud splat, blood splashed out. Sumu's right chest had been pierced through by the sword. Nanshang's expression became ferocious as he mercilessly threw Sumu to the ground. The others from High Heaven Pavilion were shocked and rushed forward to support Su Mu. You really thought I wouldn't dare to kill you? Nansheng spat madly as his face warped with anger. You bastard! Kang Zhan was also shocked, roaring angrily as he kicked Nansheng, sending him tumbling to the ground. Just now, when Nansheng was slapping Su Mu, he didn't stop him. After all, although he looked somewhat miserable, he wasn't really hurt. After a few days of healing, he would be as good as new, so Yangkai shouldn't have cared. But this sword wound was no minor matter. Fortunately, it seemed like Nansheng was still hesitant to actually kill him. He had chosen to pierce Su Mu's right chest. If he had chosen to pierce his left side where his heart was instead, Su Mu would probably have died immediately. A series of enraged roars came from the mouths of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples, and many of them began launching attacks towards the Xiang and Nan family cultivators. None of you bastards is allowed to hit back. Kang Zhan roared at the two families' cultivators as he hurried forward, took a jade bottle from his sleeve, poured out a healing pill and stuffed it directly into Su Mu's bloody mouth. As he did so, Kang Zhan also suffered a number of attacks from the High Heaven Pavilion people. Fortunately, he wore a high-grade defensive armor and wasn't injured. Perceiving his intentions, the people gathered around Su Mu did not stop him, and the several older generation members quickly began revolving their true qi to help Su Mu heal. Ju! A crisp sound suddenly spread from afar. Kang Zhan turned his head and saw that the barrier created by the mysterious grade mid-rank artifact disappeared in a flash of light. The remaining snow in the sky gently fell to the ground. In the center of where the barrier once stood, Yang Kai and the young woman reappeared, a cold wind still swirling around them. A few meters in front of the pair there were 4 ice sculptures posed in a series of odd positions. Naturally, these sculptures were the 4 masters from the Kang and Qiu families. The stiff expressions on the faces of the 4 ice sculptures clearly showed everyone that none of them could believe what was happening to them. Kang Zhan felt a chill shoot up his back as his expression twitched violently. Although he faintly felt that the Immortal Ascension boundary masters would be able to capture Yang Kai, he hadn't thought the end result of their battle would be so lopsided. As soon as the cultivators gathered around the barrier saw Yang Kai and Su Yan emerge, all of them leapt backwards, looks of fear and terror covering their faces. There weren't many powerhouses left among them. Even if there were some Immortal Ascension boundary cultivators remaining, they were only ordinary 4th or 5th stage masters. After seeing the elites from the 8 great families frozen into ice sculptures, none of dared challenge these 2 juniors. Qiu Zirua's face also went pale as he sucked in a sharp breath, his heart filled with a sense of horror. Yang Kai glanced at him and said faintly, "They won't die, but if they want to free themselves it will take them at least half a day." Qiu Zirua nodded half-dazed and somehow managed to mutter out, "Many thanks for 9th young lord's discretion." Yang Kai simply nodded and said no more. After all, these 4 people were from the central capital's 8 great families. He could teach them a harsh lesson, even seriously injure them, and it wouldn't matter. However, killing or crippling them would not end so easily. Sometimes the best way to demonstrate your strength was to show mercy. So Yang Kai had let Su Yan spare their lives. Even so, after they managed to break out of their ice prisons, Yang Kai estimated that it would be a month or 2 before they fully recovered. Looking around, Yang Kai immediately discovered the commotion surrounding the High Heaven Pavilion members, and although it wasn't immediately clear what had happened, he realized that something was wrong and his expression couldn't not help but sink. "Senior brother Yang, senior sister Su," Li Yun Tian shouted tearfully. Brother Su was stabbed." Su Yan's beautiful face suddenly discolored and her figure flickered as she rushed into the crowd, Yang Kai following close behind. Staring at the scene before him, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as wrath began filling his face. In the middle of the crowd, Su Mu had already gone pale, kneeling limply on the ground. A sword was inserted in his right chest and thrust straight out his back. With blood leaking from his mouth and wound, his vitality slowly draining as he struggled for each breath, cringing the whole time as he endured his urge to scream. One of the martial uncles from High Heaven Pavilion sat behind him, his hands pressed against his back as he poured his true qi into Su Mu. Su Yan's eyes quickly became wet. She and Su Mu were real brother and sister. Seeing her younger brother in such a miserable state, how could she not feel tearful? Yang Kai pushed open the crowd and quickly stepped forward, reaching out and grabbing Su Mu's wrist, examining his condition for a moment before squeezing open Su Mu's mouth and feeding him some myriad drug milk. Bracing Su Mu, Yang Kai pulled out the long sword inserted into his chest, bringing with it a splash of blood. Quickly using his true qi to seal the flow of blood to Su Mu's wound, he turned to Su Yan and gently comforted. "He'll be all right." Su Yan nodded lightly. Having fed him the myriad drug milk, Su Mu's life wouldn't be in any danger, and may even turn this tragedy into a blessing. At the very least, his constitution and strength would be improved, but if it wasn't for Yang Kai and Su Yan's swift appearance, if they had taken even half an hour longer to defeat the four Chiu and Kong family masters, things may have turned out very different. Even if Su Mu didn't die, he would likely end up crippled for life. Standing slowly, Yang Kai's expression became incredibly calm as he turned and stared at Kang Zhan standing nearby. Kang Zhan suddenly felt his mouth go dry. Seeing Yang Kai stare silently at him made him realize this time things would not end simply. Who did it? Yang Kai stared at Kang Zhan and asked solemnly. Kang Zhan swallowed and hesitated. "Ninth young lord, this was just an accident." "Who did it?" Kang Zhan's brow furrowed. Although he knew Yang Kai's strength was tyrannical, as the leader of this operation and one of the young lords of the central capital, he naturally couldn't act too timid, quickly saying, "Ninth young lord, this is the inheritance war. It's normal for one or two people to be injured or killed. You and I are enemies, and your friend's life isn't in any danger. Even if he really died, that's all there is to it. Has ninth young lord not taken the lives of many others during this war?" "I've indeed taken many lives." Yang Kai didn't deny Kang Zhan's claim. "If the relatives and friends of those people want to take revenge on me, they are welcome to seek me out. As such, now that one of my friends has been hurt, I have to take revenge for him, so I must know who did it." Kang Zhan suddenly froze up. Where there are contradictions and resentments, there is revenge. Since he just said that injuries and death are perfectly normal, what right did he have now to stop Yang Kai from seeking revenge? What's more, the two of them had previously agreed that the people of High Heaven Pavilion would not be harmed in this fight as long as they didn't intervene. Now that someone from High Heaven Pavilion had been seriously wounded in violation of that agreement, Kang Zhan really didn't have any moral ground to stand on. Kang Zhan fell into a dilemma. If he was to sell out someone on his side just like that, he would appear spineless, but he really was afraid of what Yang Kai might do if he continued to feign ignorance. It was them. Li Yun Tian suddenly stood up and angrily shouted, point his finger towards the far side of the crowd. "Those two groups are the ones who wanted to kill Brother Su." Turning his eyes in the direction of Li Yun Tian's pointed finger, Yang Kai saw none other than Nanshang and Xianxia. Turning his gaze towards them as well, Kang Zhan frowned deeply as he suddenly discovered that Nanshang and Xianxia had at some point quietly slipped away and returned to their own camps. The two of them had escaped, leaving him behind to wipe their asses. Kang Zhan was naturally furious. "Them huh? I understand." Yang Kai nodded lightly before turning his gaze back to Kang Zhan, coldly saying, "Young Lord Kang, I told you that the people from High Heaven Pavilion not participating in this battle was for your own good. It seems like you didn't believe me when I said that if they were to suffer any losses I wouldn't be able to stop myself from killing you." Kang Zhan was momentarily dumbstruck, his eyes quickly filling with fear. He discovered that the aura Yang Kai was projecting had suddenly become violent and bloody as he released a thick murderous intent. Almost subconsciously, Kang Zhan retreated as Yang Kai glared at him, raised his hand, and stabbed the sword which had formerly been pierced through Su Mu's right chest towards him. Kang Zhan's face went pale, never having imagined that once Yang Kai said he would kill, he really would kill. Hastily pushing his true qi and using his strongest martial skill, he tried to resist, but against the devastating force of Yang Kai's thrust, Kang Zhan's attempt to defend himself was meaningless. "Pooh!" Kang Zhan let out a strained cough as his right chest was pierced by the long sword, just like Su Mu. Under the huge force of this strike, He stumbled back a dozen steps before finally stabilizing his stance. His whole body trembling violently, Kang Zhan stared towards Yang Kai in total disbelief. The entire crowd went dead silent, all of their faces showing utter shock. For the first time in the Inheritance War, one of the young lords from the central capital 8 great families had been injured, seriously injured at that. Usually, it was impossible for any of the young lords from the 8 great families involved in Inheritance War to suffer real harm, much less have to worry about their lives. No one had ever dared to kill them. At most, they would defeat them and force them to withdraw. But now, this age-old precedent that had been maintained for countless years had been broken. Kang Zhan slowly lowered his head and stared at the long sword in his chest. Even as the dull pain gradually began to spread from his wound, he still couldn't believe that Yang Kai had really stabbed him. His courage had simply reached the point where he didn't fear the heavens. "Ninth young lord," Kang Zhan muttered, his mouth filling with blood and his breathing becoming labored. Yang Kai simply glared at him coldly and said, "If you weren't from the 8 great families, I would kill you where you stand." Kang Zhan's face paled visibly as an icy chill tightly gripping his heart. He didn't dare say another word, quickly sinking to the ground before taking out a high-grade healing pill and swallowing it. As the wind whistled across the battlefield, Yang Kai stepped forward, releasing a pressure towards the crowd that felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them, each of them feeling the breath of death upon their necks. From the people Yang Zhao had deployed, besides Kang Zhan who was focused on healing himself, the 4 ice sculptures a short distance away, and the dozen-plus masters battling Yingjiu, everyone else had all gathered in one place. Headed by Qiu Ziruo, all of them had a look of panic on their face. "What should I do? What do I do?" Qiu Ziruo muttered, his face pale as he anxiously asked the people around him. This time's operation was supposed to be directed by Kang Zhan, but now that he had been seriously wounded, this burden naturally fell to Qiu Ziruo. Facing such a strong and ruthless character like Yang Kai, who hadn't even hesitated to stab Kang Zhan through his chest, Qiu Ziruo couldn't summon any courage to resist. He was afraid that if he were to try putting up a strong front, his fate would be the same as Kang Zhan's. Unfortunately for him, since he had no idea what to do, how could anyone else? "Nanshang, all of this stemmed from your actions. You tell me what we should do now." Qiu Ziruo turned and yelled at Nanshang. Nanshang's previously domineering and arrogant attitude had vanished, replaced with fear and depression as he licked his dry lips, saying nothing. Seeing Qiu Ziruo's flustered reaction, a hint of disdain and hostility flashed across Xianxia's eyes as he said, "Young Lord Qiu, Yang Kai is just one man. What is there to fear?" What he and young Lord Kang said was the truth. In the Inheritance War, there's nothing wrong with 1 or 2 people being injured or dying. What's more, that kid isn't even dying. Yang Kai is clearly just raising a fuss over a trivial matter. He has no right to criticize our actions. Now is still a good opportunity for us to eliminate Yang Kai. Young Lord Qiu should act decisively and grab it. All of us await your orders. Bullshit. Qiu Ziruo roared. Yang Kai and young Lord Kang both warned you two not to touch those high heaven pavilion people. Moreover, Yang Kai also just showed mercy to our people, but you, damn your 18 generations of ancestors. Xianxia expression blackened, deeply disappointed with Qiu Ziruo's weakness. As these two spoke, Yang Kai had already approached to within 10 meters of the crowd. He was just one man facing 7 forces, yet he showed no fear. Although all of the top masters were occupied or disabled, his enemy still had a massive numerical advantage, including several immortal Ascension masters. "Qiu Ziruo," Yang Kai shouted. "You are Qiu Yimeng's brother. I don't want to embarrass you, so stand aside." A look of joy flashed across Qiu Ziruo's face, but just as he was about to open his mouth and agree, he paused, furrowed his brow, and shook his head. "Ninth young lord, your offer. This Qiu will have to decline." Yang Kai nodded. "Seems you have some backbone." Without saying anything else, a light suddenly flashed, and a giant bone shield appeared in his hands. "It's that mysterious grade artifact." Qiu Ziruo and others looked slightly confused. Yang Kai had only used this artifact once in public during the attack on Yang Kang's mansion. As such, everyone knew how outstanding the defensive strength of this artifact was and that it had the ability to swallow true Qi-based attacks. With it equipped, Yang Kai's defense could be said to be impregnable. But at this moment, why had Yang Kai summoned it? This act made everyone here feel quite puzzled. Did Yang Kai perhaps want to consolidate his defense before attacking? Before they could think through all of this thought, a dangerous aura began filling the air. Thin bolts of lightning began flashing across the bone shield's surface before a violent flash of energy burst forth from its gaping mouth. Xiao xiao xiao. A lifelike meter-thick lightning dragon rushed out from the mouth of the bone shield, coiling through the air. Reaching several tens of meters in length, a potent destructive aura radiated from it as it stared down the remaining members of the seven forces. How is this possible? Qiu Zirua exclaimed. There were many kinds of artifacts out there, but they could broadly be grouped into three categories: offensive, defensive, and auxiliary. This bone shield of Yang Kai's was clearly used for defense. So how could it suddenly display such great offensive might? On top of that, this lightning dragon seemed was something they had witnessed before. It's the power from Yang Kang's mysterious grade artifact. Xianxia screamed and suddenly realized that the bone shield in Yang Kai's hand could not only swallow true Qi attacks but could also store and then release them. This giant lightning dragon was clearly the ability Yang Kang's mysterious grade artifact had displayed when he and Yang Kai had fought more than 2 months ago. At that time, this lightning dragon must have been swallowed up by Yang Kai's bone shield, and now he was preparing to unleash it. Could anyone here resist the power of a mysterious grade artifact? Only if they had a mysterious grade defensive artifact like the bone shield in Yang Kai's hands. When the number of lightning dragons that emerged from the bone shield's mouth reached 8, they suddenly roared furiously and charged towards the crowd. Meanwhile, the group headed by Qiu Zirua just stood there dumbstruck, a mix of disbelief and despair filling their faces as they heard the bells of death toll for them. If there were still masters here, they could rely on them to block these lightning dragons. But all of the masters that had been deployed for this ambush were either pinned down or encased in ice. There was no one left with the strength to resist this attack. Soon someone panicked and ran. Then, like an explosion had gone off in their minds, waking them from their stupor, everyone screamed and fled, each of them soaring up into the air or scrambling across the ground, desperate to escape the lightning dragon's wrath. Xianxia's mind at this moment was surprisingly clear, loudly clamoring for everyone to band together to resist. However, in this chaotic scene, he was powerless to change anything. Even Qiu Zirua was escaping, so how could he hope for others to stand and fight? Hong hong hong. Acha! Those lightning dragons were like all-conquering swords, radiating supreme and unmatchable power and rampaging through the crowd. Those with better luck who were struck by one of these 8 dragons fell to the ground, twitching and powerless. Those who weren't lucky were directly incinerated. The few remaining Immortal Ascension boundary masters desperately protected their young lords and ladies, doing their best to evade the lightning dragons, running around like whipped dogs. Cries of pain and screams of terror resounded. Before the power of this mysterious great artifact, life was cheap, harvested as easily as wheat. Upon hearing these voices, Kang Zhan, who was still revolving his healing art, struggled to open his eyes only to bear witness to this miserable scene, his blood immediately freezing over. Only now did he realize that what Yang Kai had said to him before was true. Him not wanting these people from High Heaven Pavilion to participate in the battle really was for his and his side's own good. Nanshang had only injured a single High Heaven Pavilion disciple, and it had already provoked such wanton killing. If someone from High Heaven Pavilion had really been killed by them, then, would anyone here be able to return to War City? Kang Zhan didn't dare to think about it anymore, instead closing his eyes once more and doing his best to ignore the sounds of death around him. On the other hand, everyone from High Heaven Pavilion suddenly looked excited, one by one clenching their fists and shouting out. After enduring all the humiliation they had just received, at this moment, they saw all of it paid back 100 times over. Yang Kai alone had caused 7 forces to scatter in panic, none of them able to escape or defend themselves, much less hit back. A purple halo of light suddenly rippled through the air, as if someone had tossed a giant stone into the center of a calm lake, washing over the cultivators who were already enduring the lightning dragon's assault. Along with these ripples of light came a frigid divine sense attack filled with a frigid demonic chill. Soul skill. Xianxia had unscrupulously sent out a wide-area divine sense attack. Whenever this spiritual energy hit a cultivator, they would suddenly collapse, a sharp pain like needles piercing their minds, causing them to shriek as an evil energy wore down their souls. Rendered powerless to resist, these incapacitated cultivators became easy prey for the lightning dragons. Only the few remaining immortal Ascension masters managed to withstand this soul skill, but none of them could avoid some pain in the process. Wails of sorrow and the smell of burnt flesh filled the air. It was only after several dozen breaths of time that the 8 lightning dragons gradually dissipated. The power of the mysterious grade artifact finally expended. Simultaneously, Xianxia stopped projecting his soul skill. In this barren wilderness, countless people lay on the ground, some just stunned, others wounded, and a fair number of them dead. The 7 forces that had participated in this mission were originally 300 strong, but at this moment only 200 or so were still alive. The bodies scattered atop this field were all burnt black like charcoal, wisps of smoke still rising from them. Xiao Rua sank to the ground, his eyes dim and his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Having just escaped from the jaws of death, his mood was a bit complicated. Compared to so many of those around him, he was basically unharmed. When he had begun participating in the Inheritance War, he wasn't afraid of anything. He couldn't imagine a scenario where his life would be in any danger. But after today, he no longer dared to think so. He didn't know whether Xianxia had scruples about him because of Chou Yimeng or if his luck had just been amazing, allowing him to avoid falling victim to the lightning dragons. Nevertheless, seeing Xianxia massacre so many people so easily really frightened him. It was as if the very depths of his soul had been covered with a huge shadow, seemingly laughing at him, able to take his life whenever it pleased. Young Lord Xiao, we have to go. A random immortal Ascension boundary master from one of the 7 forces, seeing Xiao Rua fall into this morbid state, rushed over and picked him up before flying off towards War City. After suffering such a terrible assault, this master couldn't summon any fighting spirit and didn't dare to remain, now just wanting to run away as fast as possible. In fact, almost everyone here was the same, putting everything they had into escape, unable to care about anyone but themselves. Why are you all running? Xianxia screamed. His artifact can't be used any longer, and after releasing such a big attack, he's sure to be exhausted. Now is the best time to capture him. Young Lord Xiao, where is young Lord Xiao? Obviously, no one cared about Xianxia's ravings. He wasn't qualified to issue any orders here in the first place, but even if he was, amidst this hellish purgatory, no one would have listened to him anyways. As he was shouting madly, Xianxia suddenly felt a sharp gaze fall upon him. Turning his head, his eyes perfectly met with Xianxia's cold stare. His heart leaping into his throat, Xianxia unconsciously stumbled backwards a few steps. Junior brother Xiang, let's go. There's nothing more we can do here. Nansheng rushed up and pulled him. Xianxia ground his teeth angrily, staring back at Xianxia with a vicious and resentful look before shouting, "Retreat! A group of cowards. Together with such a group of people, how could they ever amount to anything?" Xianxia was extremely depressed thinking about how, at Taifang Mountain, if only he had not offended Xianxia and instead been able to make a good impression on him, would he have been the one following him today, achieving miracle after miracle and basking in the glory of victory? However, there were no redos in this world. Xianxia only hated how he had eyes but failed to see and wound up offending such a monster. The cultivators from the 7 forces either escaped or lay dead, and in the blink of an eye, no one was left. "Do you think I'll let you go?" Xianxia's voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Although this voice wasn't loud, it was no less impactful than the boom of thunder. Nansheng and Xianxia both couldn't help looking back, but when they saw Xianxia still standing there, not chasing after them, they both felt a great sense of relief. Apparently, he was just trying to scare all of them. Flying at their fastest speed, Both of them only wanted to reach Yang Zhao's mansion in War City so they could hide out and wait for Yang Kai's anger to subside, or possibly let Yang Zhao come forward to mediate the matter. Yang Kai's true qi and blood force swelled up before settling, showing he had regained his calm. Turning towards Su Mu, who was now in a coma, and Su Yan, whose eyes were still red and swollen, he lightly said, "You wait here for half a day before catching up. By that time, Su Mu's condition should be stable enough to travel." Su Yan glanced over in surprise, looking up at Yang Kai and asking, "What about you? Those who dare harm our sex people must pay the price." Finished with what he had to say, like a bolt of lightning, Yang Kai shot off into the sky, radiating a frightening murderous aura. Any cultivator from the Seven Forces who was still alive and currently struggling to escape gradually relaxed after flying 100 kilometers or so. Looking back and not seeing any pursuers, each of them couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Recalling the tragedy they had just experienced, chills ran up their spines, and they quickly thanked the heavens for blessing them with good luck today. A group of roughly 20 escapees glanced around at each other, not knowing where the rest of their allies were or how far they had fled. "We should be okay now, right?" someone asked nervously, everyone here obviously still very much on edge. Ninth Young Lord doesn't put any weight on human lives. As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately nodded in agreement. It's all that Nan Shang and Xiang Chu's fault. If it weren't for those two bastards, how could we have become so distressed? "What did you say?" Someone stood up in anger. "My Nan family's young master was simply taking the bigger picture into consideration." "What the hell do you count for? How dare you curse young Master Nan? Did I say anything wrong? Considering the bigger picture?" "Ha, bullshit." Nan Shang and Xiang Chu were clearly just trying to find a way to vent their anger. "You really think we don't know that your Nan and Xiang families have deep grudges with the Ninth Young Lord and have repeatedly suffered losses at his hands? Isn't the whole point of you participating in the inheritance war this time just to retaliate against him?" "Shut your dog mouth. I'm just telling the truth. Honestly, what were you Nan and Xiang family people thinking, daring to fight with a Yang family's young lord? Why don't you polish your dog eyes and take a look at reality? Even if second young lord really wins the inheritance war, what can Xiang Chu and Nan Shang really do to oppose Yang Kai? At most, you people can only grumble and curse him behind his back. Are you from the Nan family?" As the two people were arguing, a low cold voice suddenly drifted into everyone's ears. The cultivator who was defending Nan Shang proudly raised his head and shouted, "What of it?" But just as he spoke these words, a blood-red petal shot through his head. Everyone stared blankly for a moment before all the color drained from their faces, slowly turning their eyes towards a figure deeply printed into their nightmares quietly floating above their heads. Ninth Young Lord. After clearly seeing the face of the person who had just killed the Nan family cultivator, everyone trembled in fear as they stared at Yang Kai in horror. They hadn't expected Yang Kai to really pursue them. Of the 20 or so people in this group, there was only one who had reached the immortal ascension boundary, and he was just a third-stage master from a random force. Suddenly seeing Yang Kai appear here, everyone subconsciously gathered towards this immortal ascension boundary cultivator, seemingly wanting to find some sense of security. On the other hand, this immortal ascension boundary third-stage cultivator couldn't help swallowing nervously. While he was a genuine immortal ascension master, his combat power was extremely ordinary. For Yang Kai, who could fight evenly with Lu Qingyao, wouldn't he be nothing more than fish on a chopping board? This man knew he was definitely not Lu Qinyao's opponent. The only thing that made him feel a little relieved was that after Yang Kai killed the Nan family man, he hadn't immediately started slaughtering everyone else but instead stared and asked, "Who else is from the Nan or Xiang family?" The 20-plus people here suddenly realized what Yang Kai wanted to do. Injustice would bring about punishment, debts would be paid. The Ninth Young Lord intended to execute every last Xiang and Nan family cultivator. No one dared to answer, lest they inadvertently say too much and bring Yang Kai's wrath down upon them. Facing Yang Kai's inquiry, no one dared to answer. Only the loud pounding sound of their nervous hearts resounded through the deafening silence. Waiting only a moment, Yang Kai quickly lost patience and coldly declared, If you don't speak, you can all die. If you talk, I'll spare you. Him. He's from the Xiang family. Someone immediately couldn't bear the pressure and pointed to a person nearby him. Having been exposed, the man screamed in terror and tried to run. Unfortunately, before he could take more than a single step, a blood-red petal shot towards him and pierced through the back of his head. Following his momentum, the man fell face first to the ground and rolled a few times before never moving again. Anyone else? Xianxia asked again. Everyone violently shook their heads, indicating that there were no more people among them from the two families. Xianxia swept his eyes over the crowd for a moment before shooting off into the distance again. Seeing him keep his promise, really sparing those who weren't from the Xiang or Nan families, the survivors let out a long sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground, powerless. With great beads of sweat falling from their foreheads, the cold wind caused their bodies to tremble unconsciously. Don't let me see you again in War City. From far away, Xianxia's voice reached their ears. The crowd once more jumped to their feet and nodded quickly. Yes, yes, you will never see us again. After narrowly surviving this calamity, none of them dared to return to War City anymore. None of them could summon the courage to face this slaughtering god again. If Xianxia alone was strong to this ridiculous extent, then what about the powerful masters who still sat in his house? Originally, this group of people was quite optimistic about Xianxia, believing he could rely on his vast numerical superiority and wide network of forces to obtain the final victory in the inheritance war, allowing them to drink a cup of soup after the second young lord finished with the meat. But now, none of them dared to think so. Shortly after, 70 kilometers away, Xianxia once again killed 3 cultivators who belonged to the Nan and Xiang families, leaving behind another terrified group of cultivators before disappearing again. Xianxia wasn't someone who enjoyed indulging in indiscriminate slaughter, but when he needed to be ruthless, he would be ruthless, and when he could show mercy, then he would show mercy. Just as he didn't let Su Yan kill the 4 immortal Ascension boundary masters from the Qiu family and Kong family. That was, of course, also because he had scruples about the intricate relationships between the 8 great families. However, this time, Xiangchu and Nanshang had crossed his bottom line. Although these two had consistently been targeting him and his allies since the beginning of the Inheritance War, Xianxia hadn't paid them any mind, since it was true that when enemies met during the Inheritance War, deaths inevitably would occur on both sides. But this time was different. These people were the last foundation remaining from High Heaven Pavilion and represented its hope for revival. Moreover, he had reached an agreement with Kangzhan, yet Nanshang and Xiangchu had still taken action against them. The moment he saw what had happened, Xianxia swore he would not let off a single person from the Xiang or Nan families. He was going to use these two families' forces to warn the world that anyone who moved against High Heaven Pavilion would suffer the tiger's fury. Chasing down various groups of fleeing cultivators, Xianxia executed any and all members of the Xiang and Nan families he encountered, not showing the slightest mercy, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. After an entire day of pursuit, Xianxia had traveled close to 3,000 kilometers and finally caught sight of Xiangchu and Nanshang. The two were amongst a group of people still struggling along, having not stopped for a moment to rest the whole time. At this moment, their true qi was all but exhausted and their breathing was ragged. They had thought that once they returned to War City they would be safe, so to prevent any accidents from happening, they had forced themselves to keep traveling. But how could they have imagined that with their goal in sight, Xianxia would really catch up with them? When they felt a murderous and bloody aura lock onto them, everyone in this group turned their gaze towards the sky behind them and called out in shock, "Ninth young lord has caught up." What? Nanshang and Xiangchu paled with fright, also turning around and discovering Xianxia's figure crashing towards them, like a great scarlet meteor. Has he gone crazy? Nanshang stared blankly. All this for a single disciple from High Heaven Pavilion? Xiangchu's expression also darkened, all the blood draining from his face as he nodded subconsciously. I'm afraid we really crossed the line this time. Junior brother Xiang, what should we do now? Nanshang said as cold sweat began gathering on his brow. Hurry up and think of something. We have to make it back to War City. There's no other option. As long as we return to Second Young Lord's mansion, we can still survive. Xianxia grit his teeth and desperately increased his speed. Nanshang cursed viciously, thinking that Xianxia's plan was equivalent to having no plan at all, but he didn't voice his complaint directly. The most crucial thing right now was escaping Yang Kai's pursuit. The members of this group were already empty oil lamps after fleeing for an entire day at the fastest pace they could sustain. At this moment, seeing how fast Yang Kai was gaining on them, none of them were confident they could make it to War City before being overtaken. Just what kind of monster was he? Did his true chi reserve have no bottom? After chasing them for so long, his murderous intent hadn't weakened at all. In fact, it was stronger and bloodier than the last time they faced each other. Clearly his fighting spirit had reached its peak, and he would not give up no matter the cost. Without any time to complain, Nanshang quickly took out a few true chi supplementing pills and furiously crunched them, also raising his speed to maximum. "You can't escape." Yang Kai's voice suddenly reached them from behind, causing everyone who heard it to feel like their hearts were being gripped by the icy hand of death. "Xiang family, Nan family, not one of you will survive. Ninth young lord, we're not Xiang family people, nor Nan family people." A young leader of one of the 7 forces couldn't bear the overwhelming pressure Yang Kai's pursuit brought him and quickly shouted, "Then kill the people from the Nan and Xiang families around you and I will spare your lives." Xianxia and Nanshang's faces both changed greatly, quickly sweeping their eyes around at the people near them with great vigilance, for fear that these people would really take action against them. For this ambush mission, the Nan and Xiang families had deployed almost 70 people, but after suffering the devastating attack from Yang Kai's lightning dragons, those who had survived had dispersed and escaped separately. Now, there were less than 20 of them gathered here. They were outnumbered by the other forces around them by a ratio of 3 to 1. If these people really listened to the temptation of Yang Kai and began attacking them, Xianxia and Nanshang were certain they wouldn't survive. Fortunately, the people who heard Yang Kai's words didn't immediately act, and hesitation could be seen on their faces. Regardless of what had transpired, they were still allies of the Xiang and Nan family cultivators. Therefore, they would hesitate to backstab their former allies with only Yang Kai's words. Seeing all of their hesitation, Xianxia quickly shouted, "Everyone, Brother Nan and I are heirs to first-class families. If you really try to kill us here, I'm sure you yourselves understand what the consequences will be." Those who were still hesitating also suddenly awoke after these words. If they were originally hostile to each other, then even if they killed or butchered them here, no one would say anything, but right now all of them were allies of Yang Zhao. If they really slaughtered their allies here in order to save themselves and word of it spread out, their families and sects would be shunned and disgraced as cowards and traitors. This was something none of them could afford. Compared with their own lives, the honor and integrity of their respective forces was more important. What's more, whether Yang Kai could really catch up to them before they made it to War City wasn't certain, and even if he did overtake them, while he was fighting the Nan and Xiang family people, they would still have an opportunity to escape. "Young Master Nan, young Master Xiang, rest assured, we would never try to kill you," someone immediately said in a righteous tone. "Very good." Xianxia nodded slightly, breathing slightly easier. Behind them, though, Yang Kai seemed to be able to hear their entire exchange, and without changing his expression coldly snorted and shouted, "Since you're not willing to kill the Nan and Xiang family dogs, I won't force you. As long as you can stop Xianxia and Nanshang for me, I won't find trouble with you. Refuse, and I swear none of you will live to see tomorrow's sunrise." The atmosphere that had just relaxed suddenly became tense once more. The condition Yang Kai put forward this time was not only simpler, but also easier to accept. After all, they just needed to slightly hinder Nanshang and Xianxia. As long as they didn't kill them personally, it wouldn't be a complete betrayal. Nanshang and Xianxia were also well aware of this and quickly led their own people away from the other cultivators in their group. Nanshang even angrily roared towards the distance, "Yang Kai, do you think you're something great? If not for having scruples about your identity, do you believe this young master would allow you to embarrass me so?" In response, though, Yang Kai just sneered coldly, "Regarding this kind of thing, I'm just studying what you taught me back at Taifang Mountain. When you and Xianxia schemed against and wantonly bullied those around you, did you give a fuck about right or wrong? At Taifeng Mountain you acted all domineering and arrogant, taking lives however you pleased. But now that you're faced with a young lord from a super family, do you only have the courage to escape? Facing this cold sarcasm, Nansheng suddenly couldn't utter any rebuttal. At Taifeng Mountain, he had indeed acted arrogantly, bullying and oppressing Yang Kai and the members of Storm Hall and Blood Battle Gang, even trying to force the Hu sisters to become concubines. Fortunately, at that time, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian had promptly arrived and revealed Yang Kai's true identity, causing Nansheng and Xiang Chu to choke back down their arrogance. Otherwise, after that battle, both Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall would have suffered serious losses, and even if Yang Kai managed to escape, the price he would pay to do so wouldn't be small. It was time to clear away all their debts. Yang Kai didn't have the patience to continue entangling himself with these two fools. Not good. Ninth young lord is gaining on us, someone exclaimed. Many cultivators turned their heads instinctively at these words and immediately went pale. They discovered that during Yang Kai and Nansheng's short exchange, he had actually closed a large part of the gap between them. At this rate, he really would catch up with them before they reached War City. Xiang Chu and Nansheng also panicked. Sensing his aura inflate suddenly, it seemed like Yang Kai was preparing to attack them. This discovery made everyone feel even more helpless. The shocking blow the bone shield had released was still fresh in all of their minds. Naturally, all of them were afraid of the ninth young lord's awe-inspiring methods. Shwa shwa shwa. Behind all of their backs, a phenomenal sword chi erupted. Thousands of sword chi blades, each one made from a wisp of pure true chi, suddenly appeared, forming a great array in the sky before shooting towards them. This long-range, wide area of effect attack immediately hampered everyone's pace. Many cultivators were even being forced to turn around and use martial skills or artifacts to fend off these sword chi blades. After blocking this wave of attacks, there were several cultivators with weaker cultivations that fell to the ground either too injured or exhausted to continue escaping. Xiang Chu's expression became even gloomier, realizing that no matter how he tried to run, he couldn't escape from Yang Kai's pursuit. There was simply too big a difference in their speeds. Seniors, I'm afraid I have no choice but to ask you all to stall him for a while. Gritting his teeth, Xiang Chu turned to the people around him and shouted. These people were the last Immortal Ascension boundary masters from the Xiang and Nan families remaining. Although the strongest of them had only reached the Immortal Ascension 4th stage, between the two families, there was still 7 of them in total. With these 7 Immortal Ascension boundary masters, even if Yang Kai's strength far surpassed his cultivation realm, it would still be impossible for him to pursue them. Moreover, War City was already not far away, at most another 150 kilometers. Right now, this was the only solution Xiang Chu could come up with to delay Yang Kai. When the 7 masters heard Xiang Chu's words, they all wore surprised expressions for a moment, but quickly collected themselves and nodded. Young Lord, rest assured that we elders will stop him here, even if it costs us our lives. Xiang Chu nodded firmly. Good. All of you must be careful. Don't underestimate him. Understood. Immediately after, the 7 Immortal Ascension boundary masters from the Xiang and Nan families stopped, turned around and prepared for battle. Xiang Chu and Nansheng led the rest of their group and continued to run, not once looking back. Seeing 7 people suddenly turn to face him, Yang Kai's expression became cold, sweeping over them with his divine sense and quickly understanding the strength of his opponents. Impatience slowly filling his eyes. Ninth young lord, if you want to pursue our young masters, you must first pass us old masters. One of them called out, all 7 of them quickly circulating their true chi, unleashing a barrage of martial skills and artifact attacks towards Yang Kai. None of them had anything more to say to Yang Kai. Now that things had developed to this point, all that was left was to fight. With just you. Yang Kai laughed wildly, summoning his mysterious grade low-rank bone shield and blocking the torrent of attacks directed towards him. Hong hong hong. With a series of loud bangs, explosions resounded around. Every time he was struck, Yang Kai's pace would reduce slightly, but at the same time the beast mouth of the bone shield would swallow up the berserk bombarding it. As it devoured these various true chi-based attacks, the bone shield expanded at a visible rate. After a round of attacks, Yang Kai was unscathed, but his speed had fallen sharply, delaying his advancements. Disperse! Now aware of the abilities of the bone shield, none of these 7 old men dared gather in the same place, scattering in all directions. A burst of light quickly emerged from the mouth of the bone shield, and the sharp spurs lining its edge began to hum. With a bang, the true chi which had just been swallowed was all shot out. Shio, shio, shio. Simultaneously, the bone spurs on the edge of the bone shield were also released and shot out towards the 7 immortal Ascension masters. These 7 masters were prepared this time, though, and had already summoned their own defensive artifacts to protect themselves while they quickly took evasive action. In this confrontation, the 7 masters all managed to avoid the true chi attack from the bone shield's mouth, while the bone spurs were all blocked by their various methods. Although they were uncomfortable, none of them were injured. The bone shield was truly powerful. No cultivator under the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage could break its defense, but if one understood its specific uses, it wasn't difficult to handle. After all, artifacts were only tools. They were no substitute for people's intelligence. On top of that, these 7 people had no plans to really fight with Yang Kai. They simply wanted to delay him for about as long as it would take to boil a pot of tea. If they could buy that much time, given Nanshang and Xianxu's speed, they would be able to make it back to Yang Zhao's mansion in War City. Seeing their plan succeed, the 7 masters relaxed and suddenly felt that Yang Kai wasn't as terrifying as they had imagined. Perhaps he was invincible amongst those at the same cultivation realm, and even had the ability to fight with low-level Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, but to achieve the wide-scale slaughter of more than 100 people he had to rely on external forces. Once he didn't have such formidable external means available to him, his real strength would be quite limited. Perhaps, this time, they could not only delay him, but even capture him alive. When they thought of this, all 7 of these masters suddenly become eager to try, their original lack of confidence quickly being replaced with ambition. Immediately, all of them launched soul skills towards Yang Kai, suddenly submerging him in a web of spiritual energy waves. Standing in the center of this storm, Yang Kai simply shook his head and stared back at these 7, disdainful. Since refining the essence of that soul-type evil spirit in the evil cavern, the thing Yang Kai feared the least was soul attacks. On top of that, comparing the amount of spiritual energy he had with the combined spiritual energy of these 7 masters was like comparing a vast ocean and a stream. It was impossible for such a weak attack to disturb him. On the contrary, when Yang Kai counterattacked, the spiritual energy which suddenly broke out from him made all 7 of these masters feel like their knowledge seas were freezing over. Realizing this, all of these masters were amazed at the power of the soul-type artifact Yang Kai possessed. Why are all of you struggling so hard when Xianxia abandoned you here as sacrifices? Yang Kai shook his head, not wanting to be tied down by these 7 any longer. Even if he can escape to War City, I will still take his life. All of you will only die here in vain. The 7 masters' expression all sank, one of them firmly declaring, "Ninth young lord, there is no need to stoke dissension among us. I am a member of the Nan family, and when I die my ghost will still be a member of the Nan family. It is our duty to protect the young lord's safety. Ninth young lord, since you are so confident about defeating us, why not let us see what heaven-defying methods you possess? As you wish." Yang Kai nodded gently, his expression suddenly becoming extremely calm, the bone shield in his hand disappearing as he slowly lifted his right hand to his brow. As they saw his hand rise, the instincts of the 7 masters suddenly began warning them of danger. In that moment, it seemed like everything under the heavens suddenly stood still, and the eyes of the 7 Xiang and Nan family masters all bulged as they stared at Yang Kai, wanting to respond but oddly finding themselves frozen in place. In this world, they suddenly found that only Yang Kai could move, slowly wiping his right hand across his forehead. In an eerie voice, Yang Kai suddenly shouted, "Devil transformation!" The heavens shook and the earth trembled, and all 7 of the spectating masters suddenly felt like they had been submerged into a violent storm. A thick cloud of darkness that seemed to swallow all light and hope suddenly burst out from Yang Kai's body. This black energy was incredibly dense, filled with a bloodthirsty, brutal, and evil aura that permeated through the air, causing the 7 masters to involuntarily retreat in fright. As Yang Kai's aura swelled, each of these 7 masters felt a deep sense of intimidation descend upon them, filling them with a feeling of powerlessness. The power shown by Yang Kai right now had left all of them dumbstruck. The evil energy contained within the unyielding golden skeleton had not been used for a long time. Yang Kai was also concerned about the relationship between the 8 great families and the ash-gray cloud evil land, so he had thus far not used this trump card. But now, in order to kill Xianxia and Nanshang, he had unhesitantly summoned this strength. A moment later, this dark energy had engulfed Yang Kai's body, completely concealing his figure within save for his 2 demonic red eyes. Observing carefully, the will projected by Yang Kai was unchanged, but the demeanor of the 7 masters had undergone a drastic change. A moment ago, the 7 of them had been dreaming about joining hands and capturing Yang Kai, gaining a massive merit for Nanshang and Xianxia, but now this thought had been viciously erased from their minds. Although they didn't understand exactly why, when they faced Yang Kai now, all of them couldn't help feeling like they were facing their final moments. The eyes of the 7 masters soon clouded over, like the darkness was swallowing up not just the light but their consciousnesses too. Staring into Yang Kai's cold, cruel eyes, the 7 masters couldn't help but slowly retreat back. Yang Kai raised his hand slowly, gathering a few small and wisps of dark energy into the shape of a snake which suddenly shot out towards one of the 7. Seeing the approaching black snake, the man's face paled and he hurriedly tried to dodge, but he was too late and the darkness penetrated his chest. The next moment, black gas began leaking from his entire body and he fell face down onto the ground. A single blow, and an Immortal Ascension boundary 3rd stage master had died, unable to even fight back. Witnessing this, the remaining 6 people are despaired. They hadn't even seen clearly how their comrade was attacked, nor did they understand how Yang Kai's strength had suddenly reached such a terrifying height. Back at Taifang Mountain, Yang Kai was able to kill 2 Immortal Ascension boundary 1st stage masters while only possessing a true element 5th stage cultivation. Now that he was only a step away from the Immortal Ascension boundary, how could his strength be comparable to back then? Immortal Ascension boundary 3rd and 4th stags cultivators were indeed no longer anything in his eyes. If you stand in my way, then die. Yang Kai's cold voice resounded. The sky dimmed, and a great black palm descended like rolling thunder towards the 6 remaining masters. As this dark palm approached, it appeared all-encompassing in the 6 masters' eyes, giving rise to the idea that no matter how they tried to evade, they would inevitably be struck. The 6 masters all screamed, madly circulating their true chi as they did their best to escape from this place. But all of their efforts were in vain as the giant palm continued to fall upon them. With a startling bang, the earth trembled. When the black palm struck, a giant crater appeared along with the sound of bones shattering. A moment later, the 6 people all lay upon the ground inside the new palm-shaped crater. Although none of them had died, the evil energy was already eroding their minds and bodies, blurring their consciousnesses. Along with countless bones in their bodies being shattered, it was likely none of them would ever be able to recover. I told you, you're nothing but sacrifices, but you all still insisted on this foolish resistance. Yang Kai shook his head. Nanshang and Xianxia knew that he had a technique which could greatly increase his strength, but apparently they hadn't told anyone. If these 7 people who had been left behind to delay Yang Kai knew this information, none of them would have had any delusions about capturing him and wouldn't have ended up in such an embarrassing state. Without caring whether these 6 people lived or died, Yang Kai turned his eyes towards War City, coldly snorted, and soared into the sky once more. Even if Xianxia and Nanshang really hid inside Yang Zhao's mansion, they would still die today. War City. Nanshang and Xianxia raced forward, leading a group of ragged and disheveled cultivators. When the pedestrians saw this group of people looking so embarrassed and fearful, they naturally became suspicious, especially about what kind of monster they were running from. All of them were dripping with sweat, both from exhaustion and fear, and their true chi was completely drained, barely able to yell at the bystanders to get out of their way as they rushed towards Yang Zhao's mansion. This news quickly spread to Yang Wei's and Yang Kai's compounds. Yang Wei's brow wrinkled, unclear what had happened. However, realizing that something big was happening, he immediately brought a guardian blood warrior along with him and quietly left his house, heading towards Yang Zhao's. Inside Yang Kai's mansion, when Xiao Meng received this piece of intelligence, her beautiful face immediately clouded over, quickly issuing orders to the major forces in the mansion to head out into War City in preparation for Yang Kai's return. She wasn't sure what had happened to Nanshang and Xiangqiu, but she was faintly aware that this matter had something to do with Yang Kai. As Yang Kai's allies were just about to deploy, Old Demon suddenly appeared beside Xiao Meng frowning and said, "You don't have to go out. Young Master will be back soon." "He's already back?" Xiao Meng suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. With Yang Kai out alone and only Ying Zhou protecting him, she had constantly been on edge. Now hearing the news of Xiangqiu and Nanshang, she was afraid that Yang Kai had suffered some kind of accident. But listening to Old Demon, it seemed her concerns were unwarranted. Depressing the worry in her heart, she quickly asked, "Where is he right now?" Old Demon squinted and stared off into the distance for a moment before replying. "Although young master is back in the city, he doesn't seem to be headed towards the mansion and is instead moving to the southeast." Southeast? Xiao Meng's brow furrowed, the worry she had just pressed down suddenly resurfacing. "That's Yang Zhao's location. Damn it, who provoked young master? He's completely enraged now." Old Demon took a deep breath and shouted, "This old master is going to rendezvous with him." As he spoke these words, Old Demon's figure flickered, transforming into a bloody light that shot off towards the southeast. Xiao Meng's beautiful face suddenly became solemn. Not daring to hesitate any longer, she hurriedly rushed out of the mansion with the assembled forces. At the same time, Meng Wuya, who was meditating in his room, slowly opened his eyes, his brow furrowing deeply as he stared towards Yang Kai's position, muttering to himself, "How is that little brat emitting such a strong evil qi?" Becoming somewhat concerned, he quickly stood up, opened the door and stared off into the distance. The sky over War City gradually began filling with dark clouds, blotting out all traces of sunlight. It was as a bucket of black ink had been spilled and was slowly dyeing the world black, weighing heavily on people's hearts. Letting out a sigh, Meng Wuya appeared to tread a few steps but actually crossed several hundred meters as he did so. Inside the Seal Temple, the 8 above Immortal Ascension boundary masters also left their mental construct world and stared at each other, their somewhat aged eyes all flashing some surprise. Qiu Dao Ren frowned and quickly spoke, "Brother Yang, that little brat from your family seems to have signs of devil's practices." Yang Li Ting's face, however, remained indifferent, his eyes still closed. The fat old man grinned and chimed in, "You really don't care? If this continues, it's possible he will fall onto the devil's path." Yang Li Ting slowly opened his eyes and bluntly said, "Each of us follows our own path. Why should this old master care if he lives or dies? If he really loses his mind and degenerates into a demon, what should we do?" The Kong families above Immortal Ascension boundary asked. A young man, releasing such potent evil qi from his body, would inevitably have his heart corrupted and fall onto the devil's path, becoming a demon that wouldn't hesitate to slaughter his friends and family. At that time, this old master will take the initiative to clean up his own house. "It has nothing to do with any of you," Yang Li Ting responded indifferently. When the other 7 old masters heard this judgment, they no longer tried to persuade Yang Li Ting, all of them slowly shaking their heads. In this moment, they secretly thought that even though the Yang family was strong, it wouldn't survive for long. The bonds and affection for one another in the Yang family was simply too thin. If one of the young genius disciples of their family suddenly appeared in this situation, how could they just sit by and ignore them? They would have already stepped forward to seize him, brought him to an isolated place, and begun suppressing the evil qi in his body. What's more, with this little brat's talent and aptitude, he would very likely become the brightest star in the Yang family's future. Yet now Yang Li Ting was still willing to casually discard him. The other 7 masters really couldn't understand. However, it was also true that this wasn't any of their business. Each of them had already lived many years and had stopped concerning themselves with worldly matters. Since Yang Liting didn't care to do anything, they were naturally too lazy to pester him about it. Some of them even taking some pleasure in this awkward situation. The Yang family had occupied the top position of the central capital for a long time, but if things continued on their current trend, within less than 100 years, they would definitely be supplanted by one of the other 7 great families. It was somewhat ridiculous that these 7 old masters could see this truth, but the Yang family's elders were still oblivious. Yang Zhao's mansion. Nanshang and Xiangchu rushed inside like a couple of stray dogs and hurriedly called out, alerting Yang Zhao, who was in his private chambers. Getting up from his bed, Yang Zhao stared towards where the voices originated. Second young lord, what happened? Xianro twisted her water snake-like waist, the sheets slowly falling, exposing her pure white skin. 2 slender arms gently wrapped around Yang Zhao's waist as she gently pressed herself onto his back. Her lightly blushing face showed a tender expression. Something's happened. Sounds like the voices of Xiangchu and Nanshang. Yang Zhao's brow wrinkled slightly. Are they already back? Xianro smiled sweetly, her lashes fluttering lightly. They must be here to bring good news to second young lord. Yang Zhao chuckled, reaching out and gently pinching Xianro's perfectly rounded bottom, silently marveling at the amazing elasticity of her skin. This rude action provoked a light yelp from Xianro, who gazed back at Yang Zhao accusatorily. Hopefully so. Yang Zhao was also secretly looking forward to it. This time's ambush could be said to be perfect, filling him with great confidence that Kang Zhan, Qiu Ziruo, and the 7 forces he had deployed would achieve their objective, and had been quite looking forward to hearing from them. In such a state, he had no mind to cultivate and had instead been entangling with Xianro, trying to relieve the anxiousness and anticipation in his heart. Otherwise, given his temperament, it would be impossible for him to still be lazing around at this hour. Beauties were tempting, but right now he valued his own strength and power above all else. As long as he could defeat Yang Kai, he wasn't afraid of facing his eldest brother Yang Wei, and was confident he could easily win the final victory in the inheritance war. Since it's good news, then it won't be too late if you listen to it a bit later. Xianro said playfully, lifting her jade arms and hooking them around Yang Zhao's neck, pulling him back down, trying to keep him in bed for a while longer. Don't make trouble. If it's really good news, I'll spoil you all night tonight, Yang Zhao said with a light laugh, his eyes flashing a sharp light as they filled with endless expectation. Although Xianro felt it was a pity and was somewhat disappointed, she no longer tried to retain him. In order to handle people like Yang Zhao, her body was only a small temptation, not a decisive factor. Then allow your Xianro to help you dress. Xianro gently got up and found a messy stack of clothes near the bed, slowly helping Yang Zhao don his robes. Just as she was wearing his robes though, Yang Zhao's brow furrowed and Xianro also paused. Both of them could not clearly hear Xiangchu and Nanshang, but their voices weren't excited, instead exasperated, shouting out desperately. Both of them suddenly realized that something wasn't right. If these 2 people had really rushed back here to deliver the good news Yang Zhao was expecting, it was impossible for them to sound so panicked. Second young lord, second young lord. Outside the door, the footsteps and voices of Xiangchu and Nansheng loudly resounded. Yang Zhao quickly jumped up and opened the door. Upon seeing Xiangchu and Nansheng, he couldn't help narrowing his eyes. These 2 were actually in such a sorry state. Many scars and bloody wounds appeared on their bodies. Their faces were both pale, and their true qi was obviously completely depleted. This wasn't the appearance of someone returning in triumph, but rather beat dogs that had been chased back. Xianro let out a sharp cry and quickly jumped onto the bed, covering her snow-white peaks and graceful body with the beddings, lest something which shouldn't be shown appear in the public eye. However, her ears continued to be perked up, not willing to miss anything. What happened? Yang Zhao took a deep breath and tried to calm his turbulent mood. Although he was asking this question, just by seeing the appearance and expressions of these 2, Yang Zhao had already understood, but he simply couldn't bring himself to believe it. Second young lord? Nanshang swallowed hard, unable to utter any more words. Yang Zhao immediately turned his eyes to Xiang Chu, the latter's eyes dimming somewhat as he bowed his head, his expression filled with shame and resentment. Failed? Yang Zhao asked in a cold voice, his expression darkening noticeably. Nanshang remained silent, his pale face slowly turning red while Xiang Chu clenched his fists and nodded. We've disappointed second young lord's expectations. Yang Zhao couldn't help staggering slightly, staring incredulously at the two before him, although he already had some suspicions in his heart when he first saw them. But upon receiving confirmation, he still couldn't believe it. With how many people he had dispatched, with so many high-level masters, how could they still have failed? Explain. Yang Zhao's expression suddenly became cold and sullen. Ingjiu has broken through to the Immortal Ascension boundary 9th stage. Xiang Chu replied through his grit teeth. This was something beyond everyone's expectations. Ingjiu at the Immortal Ascension boundary 8th stage was enough to give Yang Zhao a serious headache, necessitating him to deploy 2 peak Immortal Ascension boundary masters just to pin him down. However, who would have guessed he had already promoted to the Immortal Ascension boundary 9th stage? As a blood warrior at the Immortal Ascension boundary 9th stage, only a blood warrior of equal strength or an above Immortal Ascension boundary master could deal with Ingjiu. Upon hearing this explanation, Yang Zhao's brow furrowed further. This incorrect intelligence clearly occupied a large part of the reason for this operation's failure. What else? Even if Ingjiu reached the Immortal Ascension boundary 9th stage, that can't be the entire reason for this failure. There should have been more than enough of you to suppress Ingjiu even if he has broken through. Returning to his sense, Yang Zhao sharply interrogated. Ingjiu was indeed pinned down? Xiang Chu replied bitterly. As he recalled what transpired during the battle, he began to shudder unconsciously. But Yang Kai possesses 2 mysterious grade artifacts? Xiang Chu began to briefly recount the events of their encounter. The more Yang Zhao listened, the more his heart went cold, realizing just how terrifying his 9th brother really was. What about Kangzhan and Qiu Zirua? How come only you two have returned? Yang Zhao suddenly realized something out of place and asked. Young Lord Kong, he was stabbed through his chest by Yang Kai with a sword and was seriously injured. He should still be healing. What? Yang Zhao's eyes bulged and Yi Xianro, who was lying on the bed, also cried out in shock, her delicate hands covering her small mouth while her eyes flashing an astonished light. Kangzhan had his right chest pierced by Yang Kai's sword. This news was simply too absurd. From the first time it was held until now, no child of the 8 great families had ever suffered such a serious injury when participating in the inheritance war. According to historical records, these young lords and young ladies had at most suffered some small cuts and bruises. But now, the Kong family's future successor had actually been run through with a sword. This development left Yang Zhao and Yi Xianro suddenly dumbfounded, neither of them having imagined that Yang Kai would truly be so fearless. What about Qiu Zirua? Unclear. We were separated on the way back. I don't know where he is now. Good. Yang Zhao suddenly laughed thunderously, causing Xiang Chu and Nanshang to feel like their faces were on fire, both of them wishing they could find a hole nearby to crawl into. You guys are simply too great. Actually being thrashed so miserably by my 9th brother, you really live up to your names as young masters from first-class families. Always acting so arrogantly and boasting of your extraordinary strength and wit, wantonly showing off your pride, only to now run back here like stray dogs. So many people at your disposal yet still unable to capture 9th brother. What use are you to me? Being reproved so maliciously, Xiang Chu and Nansheng both felt quite annoyed, but although they were incredibly vexed, they didn't dare to refute. Just as Yang Zhao was reprimanding Xiang Chu and Nansheng, a piercing voice filled with murderous intent suddenly arrived. Xiang Chu, Nansheng, come out and face death. Although this voice wasn't loud, it resounded clearly in everyone's ears. Upon hearing these words, the ashamed and aggrieved Xiang Chu and Nansheng couldn't help going pale. Yang Zhao's face also suddenly became strange, squinting towards Xiang Chu and Nansheng as he smiled coldly. What is the mean of this? Why has ninth brother suddenly come here? Nansheng firmly shut his mouth, not daring to reply. Xiangqiu nervously stuttered. Yang Kai has been chasing us and probably just arrived. Idiot! Yang Zhao gnashed his teeth. Obviously he is chasing you. What I want to know is why. What haven't you told me? Just now, when he was describing the course of the battle with Yang Kai, Xiangqiu hadn't said anything about the members of High Heaven Pavilion or what transpired between them, afraid it would only infuriate Yang Zhao. But now, Yang Kai had already slaughtered his way to Yang Zhao's front door. So Xiangqiu knew there was no way for him to keep concealing matters. Speak. What the hell did you do to infuriate ninth brother so much? Yang Zhao took a deep breath and tried to calm his tone. It's about some people from High Heaven Pavilion. Big brother Nan injured one of High Heaven Pavilion's disciples. High Heaven Pavilion? The sect ninth brother was staying at. Yang Zhao frowned and asked in confusion. There's more to it than just that, right? Second young lord, it's like this. Xiangqiu's brow furrowed deeply as he helplessly explained what had happened. After listening to the whole story, Yang Zhao nodded lightly. Facing an enemy, one must use any means they are capable of. What you did wasn't wrong. Xiangqiu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Yang Zhao didn't plan on holding them accountable. But just as he began to smile, Yang Zhao's expression dimmed again and glared coldly at him. If you had the ability to withstand ninth brother's revenge, I would simply clap my hands and applaud. But do you have such ability? Without possessing any such capability, your actions are nothing short of idiotic. You two are just stupid pigs blinded by your hatred. Xiangqiu froze up, unable to utter a word of refute. At this time, Nansheng raised his head and said, no matter whether our actions were right or wrong, Yang Kai is currently standing outside the mansion and shouting loudly. If second young lord just ignores him, I'm afraid no one will take second young lord seriously anymore. Trying to goad me using such obvious methods? Yang Zhao laughed. Nansheng, you look down on me, Yang Zhao, far too much. No wonder you and Xiangqiu suffered such a big loss at ninth brother's hands. Nansheng trembled lightly and immediately apologized. I had no such intention. Please excuse my rudeness, second young lord. Glaring at him coldly, Yang Zhao continued. There is some truth to what you say. Ninth brother daring to seek trouble right outside my house. I really can't just ignore him. Hearing this, Xiangqiu and Nansheng suddenly felt overjoyed, quickly bowing their heads. Many thanks, second young lord. No need. Yang Zhao slowly shook his head and declared flatly. This time, I will protect you because you are still my allies. After today, you and your people can scram. War City has no place for you, nor does the Yang family inheritance war. Coldly snorting, Yang Zhao quickly threw on the last of his clothes and walked out. Nansheng and Xiangqiu remained where they were, as if they had lost their souls. They had never imagined Yang Zhao would drive them away because of this. They represented the Xiang and Nan families and had been among the first to support Yang Zhao in the inheritance war. For so long, they had weathered wind and rain, experiencing hardships and struggles, fighting side by side with Yang Zhao. In order to win this inheritance war, both of their families had contributed a lot of manpower, materials, and money. But just as the battle was about to end, they were being driven out by Yang Zhao. If word of this were to spread out, the two large families would definitely become laughingstocks. Paying so much, yet not reaping any benefits, this would seriously damage their family's honor. Having offended Yang Kai and lost favor with Yang Zhao, it was impossible for them to form any meaningful connection with the Yang family in the future. Other forces in this world may also alienate them for this reason. If that were to happen, developing their families would become exponentially more difficult. It was also likely that because of this failure, their positions as family heirs would be removed as well. Considering all this, Xiangqiu and Nansheng couldn't help shivering in a cold sweat. Immediately, their eyes filled with rage and hatred, grinding their teeth and clenching their fists. If it wasn't for Yang Kai, if only that bastard Yang Kai didn't exist, how could they have fallen into such a terrible situation? Two young lords. Suddenly, A voice as delicate as falling rain quietly reached their ears. Xianxia and Nanshang looked over at the voice's source only to see Xianro smiling lightly as she held up a quilt to her chest. Her two perfectly shaped shoulders completely exposed, giving off a jade-like luster. In normal times, Xianxia and Nanshang would definitely do their best to imprint this beautiful scene into their memories, but right now they had no such desire. Xianro giggled, seeming to not care at all about exposing her skin, gently adjusted the beddings before her two snow-white peaks as she said, "If you stand there, it is quite difficult for me to dress myself. Would you mind stepping out for a moment? Also, now that second young lord has gone out, shouldn't the two young lords chase after him?" Waking from their daze, Xianxia and Nanshang quickly took back their gazes and sprinted out of the room. Although Yang Zhao said he would protect them, who knows if he was telling the truth. After the two of them had left, Xianro snorted with dissatisfaction. "Not even helping me close the door, humph." As she spoke, her eyes flashed and her cheeks blushed slightly, muttering to herself, "This Yang Kai is quite interesting, even daring to injure Kong Zhan like that. How bold." Although she had seen Yang Kai a few times now, she and the youngest Yang family young lord had never actually spoken, so she knew nothing about his temperament. However, after today's events, she understood him a bit more, suddenly feeling a bit interested about him, in her heart secretly wondering whether Yang Zhao would really be the final victor in this inheritance war. When Yang Zhao stepped outside the house, he saw Yang Kai standing in the sky silently, alone, evil chi soaring into the sky, his immense divine sense enshrouding the entire compound, penetrating into every corner and crevice. From all around, people constantly rushed towards Yang Zhao's mansion, slowly forming a large crowd. These people had all been attracted here by Yang Kai's voice and were eager to find out what was happening. Inside the war city, the tranquility of the past 2 months gave way to heated tension. A few thousand meters away, on the top floor of a tea house, at a window which opened towards the direction of Yang Zhao's mansion, Yang Wei concealed himself and stared at Yang Kai across the distance, unable to help his expression from changing. Thick surprise flashed past his eyes due to how calm Yang Kai seemed despite projecting such a rich murderous aura towards the mansion below him. The look on his face was unyielding, and anyone who saw it would instantly understand that he would never give up until he achieved his objective. "What does ninth brother want?" Yang Wei muttered to himself. War City had been peaceful for more than 2 months, and everyone had been working hard to develop and strengthen themselves in order to achieve enough power to fully suppress their opponents. Ninth brother suddenly emerging at this point confused Yang Wei greatly. Faintly, Yang Wei felt like he had missed out on some vital turning point. There should have been some conflict between his ninth and second brother that he was unaware of. Otherwise, this scene wouldn't be taking place right now. Suddenly, a blood-red streak appeared in the sky, surrounded by thick demonic chi. When Yang Wei laid eyes upon it, his breath stagnated and his blood seemed to run cold. A moment later, this bloody light came to a stop beside Yang Kai and revealed itself as the demon master who had suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's mansion more than 2 months ago. "Young master!" As soon as old demon appeared, he greeted Yang Kai and began monitoring the surroundings vigilantly. Yang Kai simply nodded. He was well aware that old demon would come, so he naturally had nothing much to say. "What the hell is he?" Yang Wei thought out loud, really wondering what old demon's origins were. Out of the corner of his eye, a familiar figure suddenly appeared and calmly sat down on the chair opposite him. Turning around, Yang Wei confirmed the newcomer was none other than the Lu family's Lu Qingyao. Yang Wei nodded slightly and raised his hand to pour a cup of tea for him. "About the origins of that man, everyone wants to know," Lu Qingyao suddenly said. "It's almost as if he appeared out of thin air. The only thing we've managed to confirm about him is that for the past half a year or so he was wandering around the Ashgrey Cloud Evil Land and he killed a lot of people during that time." "Oh!" Yang Wei's brow furrowed. "So, he's a man from the Evil Land?" "Probably not. Among the Ashgrey Cloud Evil Land's 6 great evil kings, there is no such person." Lu Qingyao shook his head. Old demon had displayed terrifying strength and methods in battle 2 months ago, so naturally he would be curious about it. However, Even after leveraging the power of the Lu family to gather information about him, he still had no clue about his background. But he seems to be very respectful towards ninth brother. Why is such a strong master so timid in front of him? Yang Wei gently let out a sigh, still just as puzzled as before. This demon master was only a step away from the above immortal ascension boundary. Such characters were rare even among the central capital 8 great families. Even if such masters weren't as revered as the grand elders at the above immortal ascension boundary, once they broke through, they would become objects of admiration and reverence. Forget about him, your ninth brother is also impossible to understand, Lu Qingyao said with a dignified expression, his eyes staring off into the distance at Yang Kai. Yang Wei glanced at him and suddenly grinned. I didn't expect young Lord Lu to speak of someone of our generation like this. If ninth brother were to learn of this, I'm sure he'd be proud. Lu Qingyao shook his head. I'm not qualified to evaluate him, and his future achievements will definitely be higher than mine. His achievements are already higher than yours. Yang Wei smiled deeply. The blood force and aura Yang Kai was projecting, although still just carrying the signature of the true element boundary ninth stage, brought immense pressure to Yang Wei, even across such a great distance. He estimated that if he were to fight Yang Kai right now, he would be defeated within a single breath. Even if Lu Qingyao was stronger than Yang Wei right now, he was still not Yang Kai's opponent. Yang Wei could see this, so naturally Lu Qingyao could as well, his expression becoming a little complicated, but he didn't refute, instead just nodding. But like this, he will sooner or later fall to the devil's path, so even if he possesses great strength and amazing aptitude, with his body's true qi being corroded by such thick evil qi, he won't be able to suppress it. Listening to this, Yang Wei frowned bitterly, knowing that Lu Qingyao wasn't being an alarmist. In his heart, he was also wondering just how Yang Kai suddenly entered such a state. Did ninth brother cultivate some kind of supreme evil technique these past 2 months? Yang Wei secretly guessed. Yang Zhao's allies quickly emerged from the mansion and glared at Yang Kai, their expressions filled with anger. However, when they saw old demons standing nearby to guard him, fear flashed across their eyes and they unconsciously stepped backwards. The deterrence of old demon's bloody and cruel methods was immense. Not long after old demon appeared, Qiu Yimeng also showed up with a group of Yang Kai's allies. After seeing Yang Kai's current appearance, the Qiu family's first young lady couldn't help feeling her heart clench, quickly calling out, Yang Kai, what happened? What's wrong? Huixing Chun also instinctively trembled, as he felt the malicious aura pulsing from Yang Kai's body. All the people in the spectating crowd were also pointing towards Yang Kai, whispering and discussing whether the Yang family's youngest young lord had really fallen onto the devil's path and would soon lose his rational mind. If this really was the case, it would be the most ironic joke. The central capital 8 great families and the ash-gray cloud evil land had always been as incompatible as fire and water. The 8 great families' cultivators were all charged with eradicating demons. But now, the Yang family's brightest new star and the most hopeful candidate to become its next patriarch was about to become a demon. Such news would be the topic of discussion the world over. Tang Yuxian, the Hu sisters, Dong Qinghan, the 10,000 Flower Palace Quartet, Luo Xiaoman. Many of them directed worried eyes towards Yang Kai. Are you still? Qiu Yimeng asked, gazing into the crimson lights which were once Yang Kai's eyes, desperately searching for any trace of humanity. Unfortunately, she was disappointed. Yang Kai's eyes were clear at the moment, but all that filled them was hatred and murderous intent. Nothing resembling human warmth remained, only cold malice. Shivering involuntarily, Qiu Yimeng felt her heart sink. From the beginning of the Inheritance War, she had performed admirably in acting as Yang Kai's second-in-command, responsible for the management and deployment of his allies. Nevertheless, she still looked to Yang Kai as the backbone of their efforts. Every major operation centered around his commands. If any accident were to happen to Yang Kai, all her efforts would become worthless. Yang Kai glanced at her for a moment before shaking his head slowly. I'm fine. Hearing these words, Qiu Yimeng froze up, somewhat unable to believe that under such a state, Yang Kai was actually able to suppress the murderous hostility in his body and still maintain mental clarity. If it were any other cultivator, could they accomplish this? Old Demon, on the other hand, just spat disdainfully and snickered. Young master, your current look suits old servant very much. Ha 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 ha. We master and servant really share a common fate. Qiu Yimeng couldn't help shooting an angry glare at Old Demon before anxiously asking, since you've come back, why didn't you return to the mansion but instead came here? What is it you hope to accomplish? Kill someone. Who are you going to kill? Xianxia and Nanshang. Hearing this, everyone's expression greatly changed. Xianxia and Nanshang, although not on the same level as the young lords and young ladies of the central capital 8 great families, were still successors to first-class families. Such people could not be killed recklessly. Even a blind bastard like Lu Song hadn't provoked Yang Kai's killing intent. So why was he suddenly so intent on killing Xianxia and Nanshang at this time? Qiu Yimeng, who was doing her best to calm her racing heart, couldn't help thinking that Yang Kai really had gone mad. Yang Kai, can't we go back first? Qiu Yimeng reached out and gently held Yang Kai's arm, whispering softly, let's go back and talk about this. See if there's a more suitable way to kill Nanshang and Xianxia and calm your anger. Yang Kai turned his head and stared at Qiu Yimeng strangely. If you insist on acting right now, there's no way for you to really kill those two. Yang Zhao's mansion has too many cultivators right now. Even if all of us rush in, we may not be able to cut them down. Qiu Yimeng continued to persuade. So let's go back first. Okay? Watching this scene, Hu Xingchen's eyes had all but bulged out of their sockets. He had never seen or even heard of Qiu Yimeng having such a gentle side. The Qiu family's first young lady always behaved in a steadfast and intelligent manner, bordering on shrewd and ruthless, so everyone had nearly forgotten that she was a young woman. Such a woman whispering sweet words would be a fatal temptation to any man and was all but impossible to resist. Hu Xingchen thought about it and concluded that if he was treated gently by Qiu Yimeng, even if he felt his will was firm, he would listen to whatever it is she said. Yes, Yang Kai, let's go back first and discuss things. It'll be fine even if we leave things as they are for a day or two. Luo Xiaoman summoned up courage even she didn't know she had and actually tried to persuade Yang Kai. Each of the 10,000 Flower Palace 4 girls nodded in agreement, also doing their best one by one to calm Yang Kai. Although their reasons and arguments varied, without exception, each of these beauties did their best to convey their care and concern. Seeing all of these young women drown Yang Kai in such maternal care, the rest of the crowd couldn't help staring awkwardly. Yang Kai frowned and swept his eyes over crowd in front of him, eventually fixing his gaze on Qiu Yimeng and asking, do you all see me as some kind of child? Although his words were sharp and cold, Yang Kai actually felt warmth in his heart. No matter the reason, these people spoke up out of concern for him and his current state. All of these young women's faces became slightly red, only now understanding that when Yang Kai said he was fine, he really was still fully conscious. Seeing them blush, Yang Kai smirked, a trace of tenderness creeping into his expression as he gratefully said, I'm really all right. You don't have to worry. Qiu Yimeng took a deep breath and adjusted her expression, a moment later nodding, good. I'll believe that you are really okay, but you just said that you wanted to kill Xianxia and Nanshang. How do you plan on killing them? This is Yang Zhao's compound and there are nearly 1,000 cultivators in it. 5 times our current number. Even if you succeed in killing those two, most of your allies will be buried here along with them. Do you really have the heart to do this? You put too much value on those two. Yang Kai's expression once again became cold as he slowly shook his head. The difference in number doesn't mean anything. Second brother is a cautious person, and he won't act unless he is certain of his victory. It's absolutely impossible for him to launch a full-scale war here with me for them. He still has scruples about Big Brother. His objective is to win the final victory in the inheritance war. As for me, I don't care. Yang Kai smiled coldly. Qiu Yimeng was stunned. Let alone Yang Kai simply being all right in this condition. His thoughts and insight were actually just as sharp as usual. One of them could go all out while the other was burdened with various worries. Thinking about it for a while, Qiu Yimeng felt things would likely develop just as Yang Kai said they would. As Qiu Yimeng mulled over these thoughts, Yang Zhao walked out from his house, his expression incredibly gloomy. Standing tall, with a large number of his allies behind him, he coldly said, "Ninth brother, what is your intent?" Yang Zhao was quite angry right now. The failure of this operation and Xiangchu and Nansheng aggravating the situation was a major disappointment to him. Although he was deeply shocked at the strength Yang Kai was currently displaying, it was more the fact that he was brazenly blocking the entrance to his house that made Yang Zhao feel like he had lost face. It was still daytime, and although dark clouds loomed high in the sky blotting out any signs of the sun, his ninth brother acting this way was simply not putting him in his eyes. Second brother? Yang Kai faintly nodded at him. Second brother's methods are simply outstanding. This time, ninth brother was almost defeated. Yang Zhao's face twitched and coldly shot back. Ninth brother doesn't need to ridicule me. The bottom line is I underestimated your strength. This time, if I had gone personally, it would be impossible for ninth brother to be standing here talking down to me. A fierce grin slowly crept onto Yang Kai's face as he replied, "I'm afraid that even if second brother had come personally, nothing would have changed." Yang Zhao was stunned for a moment before his expression sank, and he solemnly said, "Ninth brother, second brother only realized just now that you are the wildest of us Yang family descendants." Taking a deep breath to adjust his mood, Yang Zhao slowly continued, "Ninth brother, for the sake of a single wounded High Heaven Pavilion disciple, is all of this worth it? I've heard the whole story. While it's true you had an agreement with Kangzhan and Nansheng and Xiangchu violated it, resulting in the serious injury of one of your junior brothers, and they should be punished for that transgression, I don't believe that's enough to sentence them to death. Not to mention you've already killed so many. Shouldn't that be enough to cool your anger? You bringing your people to block second brother's door, do you think that's really appropriate? Or perhaps, you think second brother is easy to bully?" As he spoke, Yang Zhao's tone grew colder and more accusatory. Hearing this sharp questioning, all the cultivators around Yang Zhao secretly rallied themselves, the atmosphere suddenly becoming red-hot. However, Yang Kai remained as calm and cold as ever. "Second brother, I have no other purpose in coming here today. I just want to kill those two. After I take their lives, I will leave immediately. With me here, do you think you can kill them? Then there's nothing more to discuss." Yang Kai said disappointedly, shaking his head slowly as he shifted his gaze away from Yang Zhao towards the cultivators behind him, his eyes swiftly landing on Xiangchu and Nansheng who had at some point snuck into the crowd. Perceiving Yang Kai's cold stare, the two couldn't help going pale. "No matter who tries to protect you today, you will still die." Yang Kai suddenly showed an impatient look as he shouted, an ice-cold murderous intent flashing across his eyes. Suddenly, a layer of ice began spreading across the ground, carrying with it a chill capable of freezing one's soul. With Yang Kai at the center, a fan-shaped region in front of him immediately transformed into a frigid purgatory. Feeling an acute sense of danger from this cold front, the cultivators gathered outside Yang Zhao's mansion all showed shocked expressions, quickly leaping up into the sky to avoid being contaminated by this murderous ice. Unlike the true Yang Yuan Qi from the true Yang secret art, the energy stored inside the unyielding golden skeleton was actually the complete opposite, filled with cold and evil attributes. Yang Kai used this frigid evil energy to cause the surrounding temperature to plummet. Old Demon cackled happily, waving his hand and shooting out a crimson light, covering the newly frozen ground in a blood-red layer, filled with a rich smell of iron, atop which stood a strange humanoid figure. Naturally, it was Old Demon's blood demon puppet, the one that was impossible to destroy so long as the blood sea beneath it existed. The blood demon stood quietly on the sea of blood without taking any action, simply releasing an astonishing evil qi from its body. Tang Yuxian also gave a shout and unleashed a powerful spiritual energy fluctuation. The cultivators behind Yang Kai also no longer hesitated, rapidly pushing their true qi and summoning their artifacts. Hua! An astonishing roar rang out behind Yang Kai as a huge head formed entirely of black energy began to emerge. The head swayed back and forth, its eyes the size of bronze bells exuding a terrifying light. Being stared at by these ominous eyes, no one dared to act rashly. Gradually, the black chi coalesced into a solid form, drawing shouts of shock and dread. Before everyone's eyes, 100-meter-long pitch-black dragon appeared, hovering above Yang Kai's head like a living creature. When Xianxia and Nansheng saw this black dragon, their legs couldn't help going soft, almost causing them to collapse to the ground. At Taifeng Mountain, Yang Kai had used this black dragon to effortlessly kill 2 Immortal Ascension boundary first stage masters. 100 meters in length, the black dragon gave off an imposing aura, terrifying all the cultivators who laid eyes upon it. Their attitude towards Yang Kai, who had summoned such a monster, also quietly changed. Many of Yang Zhao's allies thought it would be easy to defeat Yang Kai and his forces simply by virtue of their overwhelming numerical advantage, but after witnessing Yang Kai's astonishing methods, they quickly reined in their expectations. Such strength and heritage was not something ordinary people could handle. Today, although they were confident in being able to force Yang Kai back, defeating him was unlikely. The only comfort they had was that whether it was Old Demon or Tang Yuxian, neither of them had made any movements after showing their strength. It seemed like they just wanted to deter them rather than really start massacre. Yang Zhao's expression changed drastically as he quickly shouted, "Ninth brother, are you really planning to fight second brother here and now?" As Yang Kai said before, Yang Zhao had many more concerns than him. Although his forces were far superior in number on average, they were also weaker and the amount of top-level masters he had was actually fewer than Yang Kai. Once a battle broke out, the only result would be a mutual loss. At that time, the fisherman's profit would all be reaped by eldest brother Yang Wei. He didn't want to hand a gift to his big brother. He didn't plan on fighting anyone before he had secured an absolute advantage. Unfortunately, Yang Kai's forcefulness this time made him realize that his plan to win the inheritance war would not develop as smoothly as expected. "Second brother, I meant what I said. I just want to kill those 2. If you hand them over, I'll immediately retreat," Yang Kai said once more. "Impossible," Yang Zhao firmly rejected. If he were to hand over Xianxia and Nansheng here, how would any of his allies ever trust him again? However, from Yang Kai's words, he knew that his 9th brother also didn't want to fight here. Mutual destruction. Neither of them wanted to see this result. Yang Zhao was worried about Yang Wei capitalizing on this situation while Yang Kai was unwilling to send his friends to a pointless death. Their concerns were different, but their conclusions were the same. After letting out a sigh of relief, Yang Zhao suddenly smiled and said, "Ninth brother, since you and second brother have similar scruples, I have a suggestion. Do you care to listen?" Yang Kai's brow wrinkled, not knowing what Yang Zhao was plotting. However, he still nodded lightly. "Go on. This incident can be considered an internal matter of our Yang family. Since it is an internal matter, only those from the Yang family should participate. You want to kill, I want to protect. Whoever's methods prove superior will have their way. How about it?" Yang Kai's mouth curled into a grin as he laughed playfully. "An internal matter? Correct. Only Yang family people can participate? Yes. Including blood warriors, right? Naturally, although the blood warriors are not surnamed Yang, they are still members of my Yang family. I understand." Yang Kai nodded lightly, staring straight into Yang Zhao's eyes and saying, "Then we'll do as second brother says. This time, it will be an internal fight between Yang family members." Said it and meant it. Yang Zhao couldn't help laughing riotously, like he had just succeeded in some great trick. Yang Kai also laughed loudly, so much so that Xiao Yimeng's brow wrinkled, faintly aware that something was wrong, but could not understand what. In the distant tea house, Yang Wei and Lu Qingyao were equally confused, neither of them understanding why Yang Zhao seemed so confident nor what he was plotting to do. On the other hand, they also didn't know why Yang Kai seemed equally smug. Of the 2 brothers, one wanted to protect Nansheng and Xianxia and one wanted to kill them. Who would ultimately get what they wanted, no one knew. For this battle that only Yang family members could participate in, the blood beside Yang Zhao would obviously square off against Tang Yuxian while Yang Zhao's opponent was Yang Kai. But at this moment Yang Kai's aura was showing obvious signs of devil's practices, and his oppressive momentum and tyrannical strength were obvious to all. What made Yang Zhao so certain he could block him? Yang Wei and Lu Qingyao both weren't optimistic about Yang Zhao's chances. No matter how much he had improved in the recent months, it was absolutely impossible for him to be Yang Kai's opponent. Yu Xian, Yang Kai suddenly called out. Tang Yu Xian nodded gently, her outstanding figure flickering as it flew into the sky. The blood warrior beside Yang Zhao also smiled slightly and without hesitation rushed to confront Tang Yu Xian. The two blood warriors didn't exchange a single word, launching straight into a violent conflict. However, no one paid attention to their fight, even though they were among the strongest Immortal Ascension boundary masters in the world. Today's focus was still the two Yang family young lords. Ninth brother, Yang Zhao shouted spiritedly, surprising everyone. Facing the current Yang Kai, not only did he not focus on defending himself but instead took the initiative to attack, stomping his foot hard against the ground. A number of strange cracks propagated along the ground with Yang Zhao at their center. Like a group of great beasts were tunneling below the surface, a horrible energy soon emerging from the depths of the earth and leaping towards Yang Kai. Evil Spirit Earth Dragon Technique. On the first night of the Inheritance War, Yang Zhao had used this heaven-grade martial skill to deal with Xianxia. Each of these dragon phantoms was condensed from the soul of a fifth-order monster beast housed inside Yang Zhao's body, and could be used as flexibly against an enemy as his own arms, often able to attack and defend simultaneously. Previously, Yang Zhao was only able to use 7 Earth Dragon Phantoms simultaneously, but with the growth of his strength, he could now summon 10 at once, each of which also had greater power than before. Facing Yang Zhao's killing blow, Yang Kai's expression didn't change at all. With a single thought, the great black dragon above his head suddenly opened its mouth and leisurely spewed a beam of dark qi. Xiao xiao xiao. As this beam of dark qi swept over the Earth Dragon Phantoms, the latter exploded into a cloud of dust, unable to offer the slightest resistance. Seeing his attack so easily dealt with, Yang Zhao oddly didn't seem to care, instead actually wearing a sly grin as he stood in place, staring at Yang Kai proudly, a trace of pity in his eyes as he lightly said, "Ninth brother, this is the end." Yang Wei and Lu Qingyao, who still sat a few thousand meters away in the tea house, also showed a look of understanding, both of them realizing what Yang Zhao was planning. Qiu Yimeng's beautiful face also changed drastically. Through the dust, she suddenly spotted a figure moving at an unbelievable speed towards Yang Kai's back. The person who had appeared had expertly concealed himself and silently approached, so by the time Qiu Yimeng noticed, it was too late for her to warn Yang Kai. "Second brother, did you really think that ninth brother didn't know what you were planning?" Yang Kai called out as a grin appeared on his face. The black dragon above him rapidly turned and rushed towards the approaching figure like an arrow shot from a bow, opening its great jaw in order to bite down on its prey. The approaching figure was stunned, never having imagined that his whereabouts were actually fully understood by Yang Kai. He immediately realized how tricky it would be to handle the black dragon and swiftly retreated, his figure flickering a few times before coming to a halt beside Yang Zhao and gazing towards Yang Kai strangely. Yang Kai just coldly snorted, still remaining motionless, staring straight at Yang Zhao. It turns out the other blood warrior in second brother's house has already broken the qi binding seal, Yang Wei muttered aloud. During the battle at Pijing Lake, every young lord had lost a blood warrior to the qi binding seals that the Yang family grand elder Huang Zhozhou had planted on the mysterious grade artifacts. These qi binding seals should have taken at least 2 months for the blood warriors to break on their own. The affected blood warrior in Yang Wei's service was still in retreat back at his mansion, striving to break through the qi binding seal as he had been doing for the past 2 months, and he should be able to exit soon. Yet, obviously, Yang Zhao's blood warrior who was hit by the qi binding seal had already managed to free himself. No wonder second brother made such a suggestion. This was what he was counting on. With Ying Zhu not here, Yang Kai now had to fight not just Yang Zhao, but an Immortal Ascension boundary 8th stage blood warrior as well. From every outside observer's perspective, he had no chance of winning. "You already knew?" Yang Zhao's face slightly twitching. He thought his plot had succeeded, and was even preparing to use this opportunity to eliminate Yang Kai. But now it turns out his opponent was already aware of his second blood warrior. Naturally, I knew, Yang Kai said casually with a look of disdain. Under the immense power of his divine sense, no one in Yang Zhao's house could hide from him. Then why did you agree? Yang Zhao looked at Yang Kai incredulously. Why would I not agree? Yang Kai said proudly as he shook his head. You can't stop me. His words were arrogant to the extreme. Everyone was stunned, all of them showing awkward or disbelieving expressions. Many of them secretly thinking that the Yang family's youngest was really crazy. At the very least, he couldn't be measured by common sense anymore. Yang Wei and Lu Qingyao in the tea house were equally dumbfounded. Facing a blood warrior at the Immortal Ascension boundary 8th stage, he dared to make such a bold claim? That meant wasn't taking the Yang family blood warriors seriously either. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly became a bit strange. The blood warrior next to Yang Zhao also wore a bitter expression and said, Little Lord, although all of us blood warriors deeply admire you, being ignored so is still quite grating. In order to prove my strength, I won't hold back any longer. Then go ahead and try to stop me. Yang Kai laughed, forming a series of hand seals, sending out a great wave of black qi. The black dragon above his head also let out a fierce roar and charged towards the blood warrior and Yang Zhao. Yang Kai wasn't prepared to waste any more time, immediately using his full strength. Faced with such a violent attack, Yang Zhao suddenly suffocated, unable to summon the slightest bit of resistance. However, the blood warrior beside him suddenly unleashed a powerful burst of true qi and spiritual energy, forming a light barrier around him and Yang Zhao. Kung kung kung. When the black qi impacted the light barrier, in just the blink of an eye, the white halo became polluted, almost as if someone had spilled black ink on it. The blood warrior hadn't anticipated Yang Kai's methods would be so overbearing. Not daring to show the slightest negligence, hurriedly pulling Yang Zhao away. But the cloud of black qi seemed to have a mind of its own, quickly pursuing the retreating pair like a great shadow. Simultaneously, the 100-meter-long black dragon swooped down towards the heads of the blood warrior and Yang Zhao, opening its great maw as if to swallow them whole. A violent and fierce power welled up with the black dragon as its center and swiftly expanded outwards, causing the surrounding black qi to ignite and explode.